At the end. Delete it, I think. Someone do it.
Hey, for folks online, I'm doing a quick sound check. Can you hear us here in the room?
I can.
Great, thanks, Jed.
Yep.
So
Someone needs to be.
You emailed me that latest one.
Good morning. Just a quick announcement from the Spanish interpreters. A quien desee equipo de interpretación y quiera escuchar esta presentación en español, por favor, tenemos equipo de interpretación aquí con nosotros. Venga a buscarlo. Gracias. Thank you.
All right, I'll call our meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. First things first, is public comment. Do we have anyone signed up? Eric Ramos?
Who do I look at for time? No, for time, like who's gonna tell me if I'm running out for time? Okay. Okay, hopefully they can hear me online. All right, so I know I just spoke at the last meeting, but this one I'm gonna have a slightly different message, which is I want us to really emphasize the timing and priorities of people that do get on projects. And I want to kind of give you all some context for those that don't know context surrounding Martin and bond packaging. So in the 2017 bond, there was a lot of jockeying back and forth. We went from being closed to getting a new school to getting some money to fix some solutions. Then we continue to see this pattern of not getting the supply, what we need. Then the pandemic hits, our enrollment starting to drop. Then the district forces the closing of removing of sixth grade on us. So now what we're looking at is if we don't put a lot into this school, the East Side vertical team may lose their only middle school in their feeder pattern. And not because the district wants to, but because at some point the enrollment is going to drop so much because of a lack of resources that the district is going to have no choice but to say financially we can't afford to keep the school open. So I'm worried that even if y'all were to acknowledge that Martin needs a lot, if it gets too low on the priority list, by the time we get to those fixes, too many families are going to have given up and left. And then we're not going to ever get to realize that because of the fact that we're in a position that there's just not enough kids in the school anymore because the families have given up on the district. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Today's agenda. Recap of previous meeting expectations and timelines, potential discussion on projects and future items.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good to see you on this Saturday morning. I don't think we have anyone online. I've seen a couple of the members join and jump off, so someone could pay attention and let us know if any of the committee members on. You know, our role is to kind of keep this ship moving correctly as best as we can. On to the next one. So next slide. In terms of the meeting norms, right now, continue to announce yourself before you speak. And if you are virtual, please raise your hand if you have any questions. And so we can keep moving towards the next slide. All right, so the last meeting, which I think almost all of you all were at, the long range planning committee members gave an overview and really talked about some of their bond related highest priorities. And so today, I know you all, many of you wear hats, not even just outside of the long range planning committee, but we're going to put on our bond advisory committee hat and do what needs to be done for students. And so our plan is to begin filling our bucket with placeholders for major must-haves in the bond. We're going to talk about the approach to use to define what needs to happen at school facilities, both modernizations and deficiencies district-wide. Then we will talk about our top priorities for safety, bus replacements, and technology. And as if you all remember last time, these will not be final numbers, but they are, Michael mentioned that these are ranges. And so we want to understand that we're putting these placeholders for today, and then we'll also do that on Tuesday. And then we'll refine and make adjustments on Wednesday. And so if you look at the the meeting topics. So today, once again, school facilities, safety, security, resiliency, transportation. We'll do food services actually has been moved to Tuesday, and technology. And so something that's really important is that Linda and I will be, because we'll be going back and forth, we have a parking lot specifically for Tuesday things and for Wednesday things. So we can try to manage all of this because there's a lot that's going to be going on in this meeting, Tuesday and Wednesday. And even though you won't be done, we will be taking input in the month of July, and we will look at the bond package with its buckets before it goes to the board. Any questions? I know I said a lot, but I think that all makes sense, but I want to make sure. Yes.
I'd like to know if housing is going to be on today's agenda.
I can certainly speak to it. It's not going to be listed as like an item that would kind of could serve a budget.
It's an introduction.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I can 1000% do that.
Maybe we talk about it over lunch.
I think, or right before we get started, or whatever you'd like to do.
I would say over lunch. I'm just saying so we can also say agenda. I think if that would work.
Well, my question is, because as we're considering how much money we have, do we need to reserve a chunk of it for this consideration?
Or we can talk about it now. It's fine.
Let me tackle that as the first part of my presentation.
Perfect.
Real quick, the problem with not listing housing when it's already put out there is that then when people are like, yo, what happened with bond steering? I was like, we had never talked about housing. So like we've had a dozen meetings and now everyone's like, housing is gonna be on the bond. And I gotta tell people, we never talked about it. So if you keep, I know we're gonna talk about it. If you don't put it on the agenda, there's no record, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you, and that's on us. I actually, we'll talk about it in our little section.
Okay.
I just stuck it on ad housing to Tuesday's agenda.
Because his point is even if we talk about it here, it still hasn't been on the agenda.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine.
Zach, yeah, I get what you're saying. And so what's gonna happen first, but any other questions about that before we dive in? I wanna be mindful. Okay, so Mateus is gonna walk through a tool that will help determine the approach that we want to use to determine school modernizations and district-wide deficiency needs that need to be addressed in the bond. Then we will go out into breakout groups and allow you to develop approaches to make that determination so we can place a list of projects along with dollars into buckets as a placeholder. We are going, so just for this presentation, we're gonna talk about housing first and then he's gonna speak. We're gonna try to hold questions when he actually goes into his presentation so that we can then discuss at the end and answer those questions. So I know you all are a good bunch with really good questions. We're gonna try to let him get through all of that. So, James?
Hello, everybody. So I will go ahead and just kind of touch on housing now, just so that we have a conversation. So,
Super quick, just so you know, the mic is right there in the center. Just want to make sure all the people know.
all right, I'm wearing a dark shirt. I apologize for those who are online, can't see me. So, so real estate is one of these things that the district has been kind of grappling with for many years now. 4 or 5 years ago, right before I got here, this district went through a process of releasing 10 underutilized properties into the market. And so don't look at that yet. Or else you're making me say the housing thing again, I promise you. No, it's totally fine. I was like, no one is hearing a single thing I'm saying at this point.
10 properties.
10, okay, so I'll get through it quickly. So 10 properties in 2016. Some of those included the old CAC, which is the headquarters for AISD. We had a surplus property up Willow Lane in 183. And so a lot of that process started. And one of the things the board was faced with whenever they received the proposals was that they were comparing like apples and oranges and tires and just about everything else. And one of the reasons that was the case because they didn't have there wasn't a strong RFP process at that time. The board didn't really understand what they wanted when they released these properties to the market. So fast forward to where we are today. One of the things that we know is that there's an affordability crisis in Austin, Texas. We also know that our teachers are very, very vulnerable to this crisis. We know that about 3/4 of our teachers and staff, about 9,300 staff, are at 80% or lower, 80% median family income or lower, which means they would be classified as low income. And so one of the things that we also know is that AISD, has a very real role to play if we're going to keep teachers in the city of Austin. Like, we feel like there is a role for AISD to play where before maybe that wasn't the case. It was perceived that AISD wasn't in the real estate business, even though, bless you, we're one of the largest landholders in Austin. And so several months ago, as the board began to explore different ways to combat this issue, we began to explore, how could real estate be leveraged? So then you fast forward through May, and one of the reasons this hasn't come up in the BSC is because I needed to understand whether the board would actually entertain this or not. In May of this past year, there were several propositions that the several other school districts within the state went through. Some of them passed, some of them failed. But ultimately, the school district has multiple avenues to pursue housing. We can do it on our own, right, without a bond proposition, right, by way of a repurposing process. We can do it with partners, City of Austin, Travis County, and others, but that kind of limits our ability to ensure that teachers are kind of prioritized in these models. The third approach and avenue that we can pursue is bond. And so one of the things that we wanted to get from our trustees, and this has been a series of meetings, is to whether they wanted us to explore this or not. And, based on the conversations we had last Tuesday, we believe that they do. And so now, because we kind of have some nods, like, yes, we want you to explore this, now we feel kind of confident that we can bring this to y'all as an item to include or consider in the bond steering committee work. So that's kind of why we wanted to tackle in that way, because they're the only ones that can bind the school district when it comes to real estate. They're the only ones that can give us the guidance to do any of this. They could have said, do housing, but don't do it with bonds. They could have very easily said that, but we didn't hear that. So that's why we are where we are. The next time we meet on Tuesday, we will have the ability to kind of show you what this would look like. These are not, it is a large number relative to kind of things that we think of, but very small when you think of a total $1.5 billion proposition. But we'll talk more about that on Tuesday.
Guesstimate range, are we talking 100 million?
No.
50 million?
Yeah, it'd be less than 50. I've always to guess, I would say between 25 and 35 million. And that's really based on the cost per square foot of a multifamily development, given the sites that we control. We are assuming that we would not have to acquire land, though we could if we were to pursue bonds. We understand that we have to have a win, right? That's it depends on the site. It really does.
You can be contextual with that because the Loyola site is going to housing.
Correct.
And you can tell us how many units are on that site and how many units are Austin ISD employees.
I can do that. Yeah. And so,
So please do.
so Loyola, I don't know the total number of sites. I mean, of units, it's hundreds and hundreds of units, but it is a very large tract of land. I think it was initially acquired to be a middle school many, many years ago. I don't recall when it was acquired. Out of the,
Community doesn't call.
okay, so what was
But
it?
it was not, I don't know, but that,
It's about 2 generations.
it comes up
It
a
was-
lot.
it does
that
come along.
It was supposed to be our middle school, but instead they built Gus Garcia further out and they didn't get the middle school.
Yeah. So I'll be sure to find that date. But so it was sold as part of the 2016, 2017 kind of real estate, the 10 properties that we just talked about. There are a couple partners that are working through that development. As of right now, there are 30 units. And when I say units, these are a combination of homes and townhouses that are set aside for AISD.
How many total you said?
I don't know the denominator. It's hundreds. I don't think it's 1,000, but it's hundreds. I can get that number.
Well, if the trustees were here, I tell them that ratio, that percentage is like way too low. It's
I think they would
about
agree.
right?
I think that would
And
agree. They would agree.
That particular piece of land is in one of the highest need areas of our district. Other than Dove Springs, that northeast
Yeah.
community is the one where you're seeing the most push out, the most families leaving. Not every. Often enough, I go to Colony Park and I meet some kids who moved out because they're back in the neighborhood visiting their grandparents, but they couldn't do the 30-minute commute. So it was like really disappointing to see that much land in that high area of need of a neighborhood get that small of a percentage of houses to Austin.
Well, and I think that speaks to where AISD was at that time. Never have gone through that before, never have attempted to even pursue a solution like that. And so we're using things that have been done since then to really inform how we move forward. Because I would agree with you that it's not an adequate allotment, but we also sold the land. If we would have kept the land or put deed restrictions or done something different, it would have impacted the value, but we would have been able to control, you know, who would have been prioritized, how they would have been released. And so that is really what we're trying to do this time around, is to really build off that. And again, I don't think anybody was here the last time that when that project transacted. Sorry.
We're going to talk about
Yeah.
this in more detail on Tuesday. It was going to be a quick overview.
Thank you.
So I got that as an action.
Yeah.
item. Brad has it.
It's a little appetizer.
Nevin, do you have a quick question or can we move on?
That's it.
Aiden, I'm sorry.
No.
You were in my sight.
For the mic, was deed restrictions how we did it when we sold property to the Alamo Draft House?
No.
Okay.
So whenever AISD transacted the property with Alamo Draft House, which is the old Baker site, this is one of the things that could have been done, but wasn't done at that time, was the district released these RFPs, request for proposals, and they asked that whoever proposed back to them a project that they include or consider affordable housing. Now, at that time, the commitment was to explore it, to do what they could on that site, recognizing that the Baker building could not be demolished, right, and it was going to be used for the intended purpose. Once the deal transacted, we lost title. It became the title of Alamo. And then the city had other, I guess, needs in that area regarding stormwater detention or retention, I should say. And so the affordable housing component that was explored kind of fell off the table. And so you're right, deed restrictions, I mean, that's one way that you can control it if you release title or just maintain ownership. So that's, or do a lease agreement, long-term lease agreement. So we didn't do that at that time. And again, I don't think anybody was here when it transacted. For wrong or indifferent. Monty, I think you had a.
Yeah, super quick. Are you contemplating sales or rental property?
So I would tell you the board's direction at this point is to fully explore all long-term lease real estate options. You know, once it's a fee simple transaction, it's out of the public domain. And, you know, I think the district, and I agree with this as well, you know, we're kind of in a generational kind of planning mode.
I think you're answering a different question. I mean, to the ultimate person that's going to be living in the home.
That is a different question. Both could be explored. One of the things, Jeremy, maybe I'll have him come to the next meeting is, you know, AIC could own the land. The landowner could own the improvement. I mean, the owner could own the improvement. That's a model that works. That'll help kind of ensure affordability kind of for many, many years to come. But yeah, we can do both. Not necessarily. Again, that's where the creativity comes into it. You could do that, but I'm not sure that would be the first option. What we'd want to do is to preserve the affordability of it, and so you wouldn't be allowed to sell it by more than like 3% or 5% of market value increase over market value. So all of those things are available to us. It depends on the site. It depends on you know, really what the board would want to consider. And then as we bring these options to y'all, you know, for us, we just want to make sure if it's something we want to include, we have enough funds in there to do a variety of solutions. But based on what we're seeing, it's not going to be a $100 million ask. It's going to be 25 to 35 is my guess at this point.
I'm going to cut you off here.
Yes.
And start presentation. Like I said before, let's try to hold questions. If you have them, write them down, and then we'll address them at the end. So,
all right. Thank you all. So one of the things we're going to do today is spend a good amount of time trying to identify and explore and then identify potential improvements for schools, right? A lot of what I've heard in the last couple of meetings is, yes, we need to tackle athletics. Yes, we need to tackle fine arts. Yes, we need to tackle all these different things. But we really wanted to start with these schools themselves first and then build up from there. So what you have in front of you are, I think it's, you sent out two or just the first one? Both, give this both.
This is everything.
Okay.
In front of them is a hard copy. And we're allowed to look at it.
Yes, you can look at it. So what I'd like you to look at first is the net present value analysis. Okay, that should be the top table.
Hold this up now.
Yes, please pull it up. I also want to apologize for the size of the text. I can promise you I increased it to 20 point font. I tried to get as big as I could, but I didn't want to go multiple sheets wide.
You want the
Net present value.
not the.
PDF's fine. You know.
The sheet could help us sort.
No, well, when we get into the groups, you will have the sheet. You will have the Excel spreadsheet. We're going to go through an orientation now, And then when we get to a point of working through it, you'll have all of it. I just want to make sure that we understand kind of what this is and what it isn't. All right, I'm going to wait for Michael to bring it up. But while he does, what I want to do is orient you all to the net present value sheet. And the goal here is to quantify the value of all future deficiencies as a function of project. So when you hear of deficiency, we talk about, okay, what's broken? But what we're trying to quantify is what does it cost to fix it, right? Those are two different things. And then the other thing you have to consider is when would you fix it? Would you fix it in year 3? Would you fix it in year 5, 8, 10, so on and so forth? And so the reason this number is important is because I look at the net present value as the cost avoidance. Like if you do a project, that number should go down over time, but it's currently identified as a future expenditure that we're going to spend at some point in today's dollars. So a couple of things that I had to develop as assumptions: interest rate.
Hey, Matthias,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. It's Jed. There was a question to ask if we could zoom in more on the spreadsheet.
We'll do that.
Yes, Michael is
Great.
doing that now.
Thank you.
A little better.
So we wanted to put a variety of, go ahead, Frank.
Spreadsheets were also emailed out just a second ago.
Okay, so you have those as well. All right, thank you. All right, so net present value analysis. So one of the things that we have to quantify, we have to determine is what our interest rate is, and it's a cost to carry essentially. I use 4%. I know Ed's going to hate me for that, but for us at this point, all it's really doing is telling us like what is the future cost and our cost of capital if we were to build something in year 5, 8, 10. So we can adjust that back and forth, but as of right now, I'm using 4%. Energy reduction, it would go high. It would go higher. But if you go, so there's what you'll see when we play with it is that going higher or lower does have an impact, but given the scale that we're talking about, you're not going to see huge swings. Like if you're seeing $94 million for Aikens, it might go to 102 or to 85, and for planning purposes, again, just trying to understand what the cost avoidance dollar amount might be. We'll make those adjustments, but we're probably okay. The other thing we wanted to include was a project cost multiple. So in our facility condition assessment reports, we have deficiencies tied to all of our facilities, right? And there's a cost to those, but those are hard costs. What we need to get to is to a project cost. And so, we go through an exercise where we develop, these projects from the ground up. We include everything from due diligence, we include contingency, we include design, we include everything that goes into it. And usually it's about a 2.4 multiple, right? Once you layer everything in. And so for planning purposes only, at this point, we're using a 2.4 multiple. And the reason is because we don't have the ability to detail a project 10 years from now. Like we don't have the granularity. We don't know what projects might be included before then. There's a lot that we don't know. So we just use that as an assumption. We validated it with our estimators. It's something that we feel very comfortable using at this point, but wanted you to understand what that was. Another thing we wanted to include is that in years 6 through 10, we are adjusting the escalator downward. And so what you've heard probably time and time again is that the cost to build is getting higher and higher and higher every single month, and it is. But one of the things we didn't want to do was to overestimate 10 years from now and assume that the current conditions would have been maintained year over year. Because if you do that, then 10 years from now, the projects are 3.5, 4 times a multiple of today's project value dollars. Does that make sense? Kind of the way I described that? Okay. So I'm going to walk you from left to right on this spreadsheet very, very quickly so you can see what it is. So we start first column, we have the school. This is actually a summation of, it's the analysis itself. So just so you understand, it's the net present value of future projects from year 0 all the way to year 10.
Is that a multiplier based on square footage?
So it's not on no, this is not on square footage. It's based on the deficiencies that were tied to the FCA score because the reports actually have information all the way to year 10. So it's not a cost, it's not on a cost per square foot basis.
So that is not the value of a campus.
Correct. It is not a value of a campus.
It is the value of future projects.
It's the value, if I fixed everything over the next 10 years in today's dollars, it is about what it would cost.
Okay.
That's so when let's say the reason I want to think about it this way is if you modernize a campus, this future cost should go down in almost nothing.
Right.
Right. And so that's what we're doing. And this is conservative because you're not going to do every project. We're not going to get to year 10 from today and have done everything. But it's a good, useful like data point as you plan. All right, so moving on, we have annual maintenance costs. One of the things that we track year over year is the costs out of our service center to support each of these campuses. This is from 2019. We do have information from 2020, but the pandemic really kind of drove the numbers down. So we had less students in our campuses, and so we use 2019.
Can you tell me why Crockett is almost $9 million in annual maintenance costs?
So that's 2019. So in 2019, I'm sure there was probably like an air handler replacement, or I mean, usually what happens, because this is data specific, 2019, we had some large type of equipment that got replaced. That's typically what happens.
So
I can get the details on it, but this is 2019.
the reason why this is only 3 years, is that due to a lack of data or just because you were trying to give a shorter term average?
So I was trying to give a shorter term average, and what I didn't want to show was the fact that it's been going down. So 6 years ago, we were about 94,000 work orders. Now we're about 65,000. I think a lot of that is just, us getting our standards or standard operating procedures in line, kind of reworking how we do all of it. We didn't have a system in place to really manage it. And so if I went back too far, it would be overestimated, if that makes any sense, because it's been driving down quite a bit over the last 4 or 5 years.
Annual maintenance cost isn't really indicative of, it makes it, like, you just look at it, it makes it seem like some schools cost a lot more to keep running, but it's really just the repairs that happen that year.
Correct. And
So there
I
might be repairs that haven't been happening at other schools, so they cost more to run. but
Correct.
this is-
And so I can go back further. And so that's what we want to do. It's like, where's that balance? And if we say, hey, Matthias, I'd love to see the last 5 years, we can give you the last 5 years in a table, and then we can average those and then use the 5 years as the second tab, so you see it. We just wanted to give an indicator. Again, I didn't use maintenance costs in the net present value calculation. The reason is because these dollar amounts and the utility costs actually are very, very small when compared to the total improvement value. And so they're not going to move the needle one way or the other, but they are useful for y'all as you go through the analysis, just so you can kind of see what we're grappling with every single day as we work with these campuses.
So is like the net present value just like hard, soft, everything?
It's project costs, yeah. So it's hard costs, it's soft costs, which is everything that's required to design it, and then contingency.
And if we say on like Allison spent like $10 million in project costs, can we expect that net present value to then go down by 10,000, or is it?
So if you spend 10 million, then what would happen is in the further right on the table, you see years 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Those would get addressed and go down to 0. You would still have to calculate the net present value of required improvements in years 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Does that make sense? And we're going to work through that. We're getting there. You are like jumping ahead of it. All right, so continuing on. Scroll to the left. So utility costs, reduction. I didn't really spend a lot of time here. One of the things that we do know, and this is something if you'd like to see it, we can provide it. We do know that the new facilities, the ones that were delivered in 2017, are performing at a very, very, very efficient rate. And so our utility costs have gone down a good amount. But one of the reasons I didn't want to use this as an indicator is because utility costs on a per kilowatt hour change, right? So the utility could change in like 3 years. This number could go up by 30% totally outside of our control. So again, useful information, but not something that you really, really want to quantify. Or you want to quantify it, but you don't want to count on it. But just know that it will come down if you completely redo a school.
Reduction is reduction in utility costs.
Correct.
From
2019 to the
2019.
budget. Yeah, and I do have 2020 and I do have 2021, but 2020 was just it was just low. It was artificially low because we had so few students in our buildings. Yes.
Clarification. That's an assumption of what your reduction would be if you modernize.
If you began to tackle these improvements, and if you modernize it, I would say that it would come down even further.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to show you that you're not going to get a 30% reduction in utility costs. You may get 20% if you're lucky, But I just want you to know that if you do big projects, you begin to kind of erode this cost on a per school basis. But the summation of all of this is the second largest line item that we have in our annual budget. It's salaries and then utility costs. And so 4 years ago, we're about 21 million, 21.5 million. Now we're hovering around 17.5, 18 million. But again, it's year over year, right? 17.5, 17.5, 17.5. So that margin gets picked up year over year. So it doesn't look like a lot, but when we add up 150 facilities, it ends up getting up there. Good luck.
When Michael says modernization. Like,
Well, so so that assumption is not based on modernization. Matthias just clarified that for me. That is if you tackle the deficiencies that are there.
Right.
So we'll talk about, when I say modernization, a new facility.
Okay.
Well,
Or,
yeah.
like a gut and reno would be a modernization.
You have to put enough money into it to where you improve the entire system. HVAC system, the building envelope, right? You go to some schools, they're porous. You have, AC just like leaving the building. So if you create a tight building envelope, which is this exterior system, you have an improved mechanical system, HVAC system, everything, then you will drive down your utility consumption, which in almost all cases drives down your utility cost. The only time that's not the case is if you increase the square footage, right? So sometimes, and you are gonna work through this as well, you may have a school that gets, rebuilt entirely. It gets demoed and rebuilt, and the square footage is going to change. You're not gonna build the exact same square footage, it's not gonna happen. I'm not saying it's gonna be 20 or 30% larger, but it could be 10% larger. So that 10% is going to have an impact on your cost, though your consumption goes down on a per student or per square foot basis and per kilowatt basis.
Not right this second, but it might be helpful if you guys could pick out a campus that was built sometime in the last 5 or 6 years that is LEED standard, since I know y'all are doing that, and a similar campus that is not crazy old, but maybe like 15, 20 years old prior to those standards, so that we can see what the difference in utility cost between those two is.
And so I almost provided this, but I didn't. We did a case study on 4 schools that were delivered in 2017. So we have that, and we'll just go back to some that are kind of maybe 20 years old and get that. So we have that as a note.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
took it as an action item.
All right, continuing on. So you could scroll over to left a little bit. Yeah, so here at this point, you see year 0, the things that are broken today are familiar with year 0. P all, what I'm saying is priority levels 1 through 5. Right, so if you recall, there are 5 priority levels in the FCA reports, kind of 1 and 2 being mission critical, life safety, security, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and then you go all the way to 5, which is primarily aesthetics. Again, wanting to communicate that if you invest a good amount, the number will go down, and a full modernization will take it all the way down to 0. We didn't want to break this out. We just wanted to give you a feel for kind of what these dollar amounts are as you work the process. So we have year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Continue on, if you don't mind.
So that's all priorities.
All priorities.
Okay.
And the reason we wanted to say that is because if y'all consider a modernization, everything comes off. Not just 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5 also come off as well. I see 2 questions about. I'm not sure. Eric, or
go ahead. So there's several that are they're fine until year 4. In year 5, they jump by 12 million, and I was wondering what systems that would be.
So one of the things that we look at are life cycle costs of large systems. So like HVAC systems, typically, you would see a 15 to 25 year life cycle. And what happens is you assess them at year 0 or in 2021, and they say, how many more years do you have before the system is likely to fail? And what will end up happening is if it's a large system, like let's say you got to replace air handlers or you got to replace a chiller, then that improvement is in year 5 or 6. Now, some of them are in year 2, some of them in year 7. I don't know if there's a specific reason why year 5 would come up over and over again, but that is when you see a big spike like that, that's what it is.
So the HVAC, those are other things to be.
Roofing's a big one. Roofing is a huge expense for us, and it's gotten higher every single year. And so that's one of those systems that it can be very, very small, and then all of a sudden a couple of severe weather events, and it's a huge project.
I mean, you will see some large numbers throughout.
Yeah.
It's not, it should not be that year 5 for all of a sudden.
But that's what those jumps are. Eric?
So when can we jump to the spreadsheet that takes our top 30 full lives and?
We're gonna do that next.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
well, I want to make sure I get any more questions on the net present value analysis. And again, on the top, it's a multiple, it's kind of showing the way that we're progressing escalation, because I do have to escalate it out. Anything else? Nadia, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
So for the year 6 through 10, there's a last column that says sum of 6 through 10. Where's the sum of 0 through 5?
It's in a different sheet. We have it, I didn't include it. Because
Because the sum of 6 through 10, it includes 0 through 5 or
No.
it doesn't?
it does not. So,
Is that because you set this up with the understanding of if you do full knowledge?
Correct.
0 to 5?
correct. And 0 to 5, the way the data sets that I have, where I was managing them, I could easily, I mean, I can add that column here if you'd like. You know,
Wait, why didn't, I don't understand why we aren't also.
we can look at it. I just use that as, so when I'm building the tools, I'm kind of finding data sets that are useful. I
Why
think
do you find that one not as useful? And this one useful? Well, please.
because I already have data sets 0 through 5 from the work that's been done by the team.
Oh, okay, but.
I have
but
years.
When we think about the condition of the building,
Mhm.
even if we choose, like, so if a school is fully modernized, they're gonna still operate that school for the next 2 years, right?
Yes.
No matter what. Unless they're moved out, but most likely they're gonna operate in that
Yep.
building for the next 2 years. So is there, so I don't know, that 0 to 5, if it's not cumulative.
It's
if
not.
This isn't cumulative.
That's 6 through 10 only.
Then this isn't like the 10-year cost either.
No, but I put 6 through 10, I thought.
You did put 6 or 10, but it should have, but like.
But
if
she's-
we-
I can add it. I
You
can add a
just
cumulative.
add that, like, I mean, I think they want to see that number.
Yeah, I can do
Well, I
that.
just wonder, what does this number mean? It's what the cost is in year 5 through 10. not
So the
what
reason I
think
have it
would
here,
mean, Which is like the next 10-year.
it'll make sense in the next sheet. And the reason is the next sheet, I have 0 through 5, 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, and 5. What I don't have is 6 through 10, 1 through 5, which is why I calculated it here. So we'll go to the next sheet.
I think we need to keep moving.
All right, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving.
Try to.
All right, so let's retire this sheet for a moment. And let's go to the next sheet. All right. All right, so the first thing I want to point out is that we have built up detailed cost estimates for an elementary school replacement, middle school replacement, and a high school replacement. I will tell you at this point, I think that they're slightly conservative. We're seeing very high numbers come back. I'm gonna stand over here. We're seeing very high numbers come back. And so kind of baselining that with information we're getting from the general contracting world and kind of what we're seeing for this planning effort, we're using a $650 per square foot cost for type 1 modernizations and type 2 at 500. So let me talk about why this number is relevant, and then we'll talk about difference in type 1 and type 2. So right now, we're about $400 to $450 a square foot. The market is $400 to $450 a square foot. I actually was on the phone yesterday with 4 large general contractors that all do schools in Central Texas, just to make sure that we were solid, because I have all of our data, but I wanted to get other districts' data. And so when you think about the fact that we're in 2022, right? The first school won't deliver until 2024 at the earliest, 2025, 2026, and so on and so forth. So escalating that number up gets you to a place where you're about 650 conservatively. We think we can bring that down, but I didn't want to put something up here that would show you in the next meeting, because we're going to refine these numbers, of it being higher. Does that make sense? Like, I didn't want to go the other way. And so I'm confident that in 3 years, we'll be below this unless something crazy happens, but I don't think we're going to be that much below it. I mean, again, you're at 450 right now, and we're seeing that across all of our campuses. And so are other school districts. There are 4 that I verified yesterday that are in construction that they're really trying to struggle. They're struggling to keep it below 450.
What's type 1 and type 2?
Thank you. So a type 1 modernization is a complete demo and rebuild. So one of the things that y'all are going to work through is, if a school has let's say it's a fixed footprint, And maybe many of the systems are good. Maybe the structural system is good. Maybe there are things that we can preserve. Then what I wanted to do was to not have to consider those additional costs as we built it out. An example might be Sanchez. So Sanchez Elementary School, which was rebuilt in 2017, as part of the 2017 bond program, on a cost per square foot basis was less than a full modernization, right? Because we kept components of the building as we were constructing. Same thing with Norman Sims. Now, if you walked in those buildings, you wouldn't know any different. They're beautiful. They're just amazing facilities, but we can do that here, right? And if you have an FCA score that is, maybe not as, maybe not in the teens, there's going to be room for that kind of massaging to where you get to a solution that is between type 1 and type 2. So I want to communicate. That's why I said modernization type 1 and type 2, because at the end of the day, they are both modernizations. One is going to be less expensive because some of the systems are still able to be used. Good luck.
Yeah, I think I was writing too quickly. Sanchez and Norman Sims are examples of type 2 or examples of in between type 1 and 2.
Oh, they're more of a type 2.
So like type 1, you said complete demo and rebuild.
Correct.
What would you encapsulate type 2 as?
Like a Menchaca, a Go Valley, a Dawes.
Oh, type 2.
Oh, type 2. Sorry. No, yeah. So Menchaca is a type 1, Dawes is a type 1, Go Valley is a type 1. Sanchez is a type 2. Norman Sims is a type 2.
I think like
a demo versus a remodel.
So it is such a deep remodel. Like I wouldn't call it a remodel. Like, I mean, you're going down to, below studs. Like foundation. A remodel, you're going to keep a lot of the exterior skin. You're going to leave kind of most open areas open. If you look at Sanchez, we enclosed a courtyard and made that like education space. So it is going down to like very, very little. You could classify it as a remodel, but it is something much, much deeper than that. We will have renovations, but it's essentially type 2 modernization. That's the way I would classify it.
I just want to real quick squeak out parking lot this and move on. Something I wrote down as a question mark was we just need examples, right? So I'm like,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure TA Brown was a type 1, right? But
Yes.
not to hold us up and like list off all the projects and stuff.
Thank you. That's a
Just
good.
like a glossary here, please.
We can do that. Examples of type 1, type 2. Maybe we do is we have like different projects and we can thumbnail it. So this is a type 1, it's type 2. We can do that.
Can I add to that lesson, do targeted renovation, targeted work historically, so like in bond 2017, like there's variables about like small targeted, medium targeted, large
We can
targeted.
look at that.
Yeah.
Parking lot, that, we'll look at seeing.
It just helps with like lived experience, like walking into Sims and TA Brown and
Yeah.
seeing what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
What'd you say, small, medium, large?
Targeted renovation.
We're gonna
Type 1, type 2, but the next one.
Yeah, we're gonna, so maybe we classify that as a renovation, because when I think of targeted, I'm thinking of like small being between $50,000 and $150,000 or $200,000, where it might be like a sidewalk improvement with,
Like 2 to 10 million. Like
so,
what's the
so
2 to 10
so to 2 to 10 million. Let's put that in there. I think that's a good way to do it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before I continue?
As y'all are giving us those examples, can you not just list off the name of schools, but actually tell us like, what did you do or what did you say that made this that versus the other?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I think we have a lot of that already, so it should be pretty simple to do. I know we have a lot of it, just gotta organize it. Nadia?
The most recent full mods that we've done have focused more on getting utility costs down, being more sustainable. Is that true?
I would say that sustainability is a priority, but we never sacrifice student experience if we can, just to get extra points.
I'm not talking about points, I'm talking specifically about, like, I'm looking at DOS and
Yeah.
it does have a $41,000 utility cost per year that's like way below all the others.
Mhm.
And like, so does Norman Sims, but then Go Valley,
That's 2019 utility costs. So we always want to make sure, so in 2019, DOS wasn't fully delivered until mid-year.
oh,
So
so that's probably not relevant.
And so that's why I always want to, I really want to make sure that we kind of base, but I can get you that.
I guess I was just wondering if, like, if we have examples of, we just did this building, like DOS did
Yeah.
just operate for the last year. Or,
Yes.
You know, like,
That's an action, that's the first part of the item, is to give you all examples of recently renovated examples and then show that spreadsheet with the cost.
well, one was square foot for construction, but I'm also asking for what was the utility.
Yeah.
We will do that. And we've got some pretty good examples. I think you'll be satisfied with the amount of detail that we have. We can probably even print those out before you leave. I have them already like worked up in a case study.
If I may,
Yes.
I'm curious, so throughout this process, the data on loss has been like screwy, and that's kind of understandable.
Yeah, because it's a mid-year, it's a
Can we-
mid, yeah.
Yeah, because all kinds of things have gone on with that, but I don't understand how in 2019, LBJ and LASA had different utility costs, given that we were still sharing a campus, if I recall correctly.
So
And the only reason I bring this up, because utility costs are remotely important when it comes to LASA, because LASA doesn't need a new building or anything like that. But just because when we're looking at the next bond, we want data for this to be accurate so that we can look at it later.
yeah, so I can go back and so I pulled these straight from the like from our system. So I'd have to go back and figure out like why that is. So sometimes we have different meters. I doubt. Do you want to?
I think I might be able to answer that. I believe when you got the data, we tied it to the facility. So what you're seeing is the old East Side campus that you're currently in.
In 2019.
I know y'all weren't there, or LASA was not there,
Oh, okay.
but they adjusted the name. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
really what that was it's that facility.
So we always try to tie to, that's where it happens. It's like in 2019, there was a lot of moving pieces. Some schools are delivered, some weren't, some were moving, some weren't. So we like to do averages for that reason. But let's look into that and get that answered for you.
And it's like that specific thing isn't massively important. I just definitely want to make sure that for future, if we do want to take a look at loss of it, that the data from this time is not like massively screwy, so then the consultants next time have to.
Well, in this year, we have a full data set for this year, so we're good.
There is a breakout where we can also talk more.
LASA and LBJ.
Yeah, I don't want to, just for regular use time, but make sure we move
Yep.
on, yeah.
Yep.
And we can address some of that.
And all right, so moving on. So so back to the actual spreadsheet. We have year zero priorities 1 and 2. So in the last conversations, I think that we've had as a group, what we wanted to do is to say, okay, based on what's broken now, what are the highest priorities, 1 and 2, kind of mission critical, and what are those costs? And so those have gone through our estimators, like detailed analysis. Then we have in the third column, but it's identified as 2, we have years 1 through 5, priority 1. And the thought is after you do year 0, 1 and 2, would you consider doing your years 1 through 5, priority 1? Next column over, years 1 through 5, priority 2, again, building up. So you can kind of figure out, like, how much do you want to take? And what we're trying to offer you is a way to build it up sequentially. Like, it's unlikely that you would do years 1 and 5, priority 3 and 5, before you did priority 2 of that same time period. So we want to put some logic behind it so that when you do the tool, we're kind of offering you a roadmap to begin to tackle it in a sequential way that makes like construction sense. I'm going to pause there. Does that make sense what I proposed? Yeah. I just want to.
You have models. Wait, I just want to say this. There are models that actually explain some of this, right? We just want to get to those. So I think that would be helpful.
This was not an explanation question. I feel like we've been asking for 1 and 2 broken out by year
Mhm.
in the way that this sheet is broken out by year and not just years 1 through 5. So that we can see year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5.
Yeah.
Not combined.
This is 1 and 2, year 1 through 5.
I know that's
Separate.
what I'm saying. We've been asking for 1 and 2 or 1 and 2 together, but broken out by years, like year 1, year 2, year 3, in the same way that this sheet is broken out without the first 5 years combined, but individually by year.
Okay.
So
Can I follow that with a comment?
Yes.
So, but what I see this as reflecting is what you feel you would do first, what's in column A.
Correct.
Then you would do what's in column 2, and then you would do what's in column 3.
Correct.
So whether we have that broken out or not, this is what represents what you would do, A, B, C, D. And then
We wanted to offer a roadmap to get through the deficiencies. We can break it out. I mean, I can build a model that has year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, priority 2. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, priority 3. We can do that.
That's
It's-
also a bond cycle, right? So like bond cycles at years 1 through 5. So like.
Correct. That was kind of the logic, is that we wouldn't want to, this is where we get into problems, Monty, is whenever you have budgets and improvements out of sequence with everything else, it creates a lot of challenges for us. And you'll work this as a group in the bond steering committee, is you really want to find what your planning horizon is and try to get the improvements and the expenditures to all line up. And I'm going to use an example. It doesn't really pertain only to construction, but like in transportation, we had a 4-year spend plan in the 2017 bond program, but a 5-year facility plan. And so what ended up happening is we're going to bond in 2022. Chris was without money for the last year and a half. And so he was a year and a half behind his cycle until he went to the CBOC and asked for them to reallocate remaining 2013 bond proceeds. And so it is something that becomes very, very challenging for us to manage internally if they're not on the same planning horizon. So that's why, but I can break that out, Monty. I can get that level of granularity. But that's why we propose this approach. Okay, so I'm gonna continue on. Come on, we go. All right, so what this is here, so again, net present value, I pulled this from the other sheet, so that's all it is. We have a deficiency profile project code. And what I'm doing here is, this is a blue column, and so this is where you would go and insert 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And all this is doing is pulling over the data point of that value plus everything preceding it. So if I say deficiency code 2, what I'm saying is I'm going to column 2. I'm going to do projects, a little further, Michael. I'm going to do year 0, priority 1 and 2, and years 1 through 5, priority 1. Like that is like really that's bare minimum. If you do 3, then you're doing priorities 1 and 2, year 0, years 1 through 5, priority 1, years 1 through 5, priority 2. And that becomes like a project, like budget item for facilities tied to that campus. Remember, it's not a modernization, it's just the deficiencies. Okay.
Real quick, so a zero is column 1 and 2.
Yes. Year 0 is what's broken today. Priority 1 and 2 is like security systems, HVAC.
Okay, so I'm talking the summation code.
So you'll see
Summation
it
is
now.
pulling the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, or the 6.
So there's an example right there.
It starts at 1, not 0.
So you can see it now.
0, yeah, it's the 0. There's no 0 code here, so it just defaults to 0.
Okay.
And it's important because there's a check on the further down on the Excel spreadsheet, because you don't want to have a modernization and projects being quantified, right? They should wipe each other out.
And right now on this sheet, he only has 2 examples, the 2 and the 4, and that's it. And then you are gonna,
You populate this, the blues.
When we break out, you will actually be able to change that 2 to a 3, change it to a 1.
Correct. Well, we're
And
gonna
you'll
go
see
through
that number change.
So with the, this is Dave Woodruff with the microphone.
This is Aiden.
With the exception of like any modernizations that might happen, the like 298 million that we've seen is everything with the 2 in it.
That's only column 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so column 1, 2, and 3, I think are 815 million. Now, one of the things you'll find is as you introduce a modernization, this goes to 0, and the total targeted project budget goes down, right? And so that is where those 2 in a total become the facility improvement. So anyway, I'm going to pause there, but that is really what we're trying to do in this exercise, is just kind of understand, kind of this balance, and then we will refine between now and Tuesday. But this is enough. This is a really good starting point to like figure out, like, okay, where are we going to get the room? Like, which projects are going to get the space in the facility portion of the bond at this point. And again, we'll refine. So go ahead, April.
Really quick, annual maintenance costs and average work orders. I just want to point out for the group that not all schools get their work orders through equally. Some schools have people that are pushing heavily to get work orders through. So just so that people understand this from an equity point of view, just because there's a significant number of work orders doesn't necessarily mean that that school has more need. So that's just one note.
That's a good point.
Another note is that if you look at a school like Travis that has like a much lower FCA versus a school like Anderson, it makes it look like year 1 there's like, I think Anderson High School has like $20 or $30 million in year 1, whereas Travis, which is in much worse shape, is at $7 million in year 1. And so just to note that we don't all just get sucked into the numbers of the game and remember equity side of things, some schools didn't start out with the same level playing field, and so their numbers might look lower, might look like we're saving more money by giving more money to schools that are starting up here, but that's not the whole picture. That's it.
Yeah, and y'all will work through that. All right, so continue on, please. Michael, you scroll to the left. Move it up, move it over. Okay, stop there. So again, I told you about the blue when you inserting this. This is the summation, right, of those values, assuming they're in sequential order. I mean, we can look at doing it a different way, but it'd be unlikely to do painting over HVAC, especially if it's in a later year. Current square footage, I wanted to add current square feet here. And the reason for this is because if you're going to build a modernization project, we don't want to assume that the square footage in a small, medium, or large, or whatever size facility is going to be what we go with, right? You really want to start with where you're at, kind of figure out if the school, just based on, the ESA score, what we know about the students that are there and their lived experience, what is a reasonable starting point for square footage? It's not an input, it's just a resource. And then the area of improvement, this ends up becoming what the dollar per square foot is calculated off. And so does that make sense? So if you get to a small elementary school, we know a small elementary school could be between 50,000 if it's a really small elementary school, or maybe 40,000 up to 80,000. But you'll have the resources in your breakout groups and as a committee to say, hey, it's a total tear down and rebuild, approximately X amount of students. We know what that square footage allotment is. That'd probably be like 80,000 or 75,000 square feet. If it's let's say it's a Zavala, or maybe it's a school that has site constraints, historic constraints, you're not going to push that to a 80,000 square foot. It can't be done. So you use the existing square footage, and then you do like a deep modernization type 2 reno, and then that's why that square footage is important. Does that make sense? Like you have that as a resource to go back and forth if you need to. Aiden.
So I was just looking at April's example. I was wondering why for Travis, like on the old sheet, the year 0 priority all was like 7 million. But then on the new sheet for just priority 1 and 2, Travis is 12 million.
So say it again.
So
I have to look at Travis specifically.
It's like on the old sheet, the year 0 priority all was 7,700,000. And then on the new sheet, priorities 1 and 2 for year 0 is 12,100,000. So that's even worse because that's all of the old sheet.
It's all, yeah. Yeah, let me look at that.
So we're gonna break into groups here in a few minutes, and then you can ask real specific questions, and they can play with these worksheets.
So so moving on real quick.
Clarifying questions now.
That's a good question. Yeah, we're gonna look at it.
I was asking about that earlier.
Yeah.
I thought there was one cost and one value, but.
Well, so I need to make sure I understand exactly the question before I
Yeah,
respond.
so help me understand which 2 columns you're comparing here.
So on the old sheet with the net present value analysis, like year 0 P all for Travis Early College High School says 7,780,810. And then on this new sheet where it's just the number 1, year 0 priorities 1 and 2, it listed as $12,109,305. So
I think I know what that is, but I'm gonna go to I need to bring the Excel
I can
spreadsheet.
definitely see it. Like,
No, what it is? Here's what it is. So because project 0 and the new sheet came from them or came from the estimator, I didn't do a project level adjustment for project year 0 because their data set superseded ours. So it's not multiplied by 2.4. So I'm almost, because I know I didn't use year 0 in our analysis because I knew mine was going to be superseded by the estimator because they'd already gone through part of year 0, 1, and 2, because that was something that we heard already as like the bare minimum. So I'm almost certain that's what it is, but I'll confirm that. I don't know if it makes any sense. Like it's not used in anything that we do on.
Is it only for Travis or for everyone?
All of them, entire column.
All much higher than.
Column 0, year 0, 1 and 2 on the net present value sheet is going to be 2 point. It's going to be 1. Yeah, no, it's not accurate. It's project level. It's hard cost. It's not project level cost yet. So it's going to be lower.
I think the year 1 is the question. So like year 1 of the Travis is 1.3, years 1 through 5, but on the other one, year one is 21 million. So how do you go from 21 million to 29?
So I need to look at that. I mean, I'm gonna get down to the Excel spreadsheet here in a second. So let's go through this real quick and I'll check that out, just make sure. So then we have modernization type 2, 1 and 2, modernization budget, 12.5 million or 22.5, again, based on these two. Do you want to modernize? Yes or no? You don't have to. And then if the math works, meaning you have a modernization project and no targeted project, then it's a true statement. It becomes a true analysis. These all have to be updated. Because you can't have a targeted project budget and a modernization in the same space. Does that make sense?
How are the LPC recommendations going to factor into the numbers?
So the modernization, if you do a modernization, right, it's going to address all the LPC related strategies for that facility.
But are we going to prioritize LPC prioritization or putting them into the modernized yes?
You have that data, like you will have that as yeah, it's up to y'all. It's not.
Groups, you guys are you're gonna put these numbers in and put these things in and come back with approaches and we'll talk about it as a group.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah.
And we're starting with the individual committee recommendations, it sounds like.
It's up to you what you want to start with. There were some people in the group that wanted to start with those and some that didn't. So we're gonna break you up into groups and let you talk about that because that'll give you a little more time to play with this and look at it.
I know that you're trying to group us into the groups quickly, but for someone who wasn't on the long range planning committee, could you explain a little bit about how prioritization was done at that level and how was that committee wide? Was that by subcommittee?
So like,
Do we have something
I think
that
last meeting, you saw us all present our priorities. Each priority got a dot. The schools that got the most dots were the ones we looked at first, and then we try to build a list for schools by priority.
But I think she's asking before that.
Before that.
How were the priorities?
Like, so there were 7 committees and the entire committee did a whole bunch of training for what seemed like months and months and months before we then looked at our areas and the district, did they present that in bond steering committee, the way that they determine what schools are?
Yeah, the 20%, 40% thing.
Yeah.
Right, with the vulnerability index. Okay, so that really was like the baseline of all of the committees' work. And so when we then went into our committees to look at how to prioritize, we looked at who needs to work first. We looked at what, like this is the what, right? What the building needs. We all looked at who, and we prioritized the high needs communities, and then we looked at what, and then we looked at our different strategies, and then we tried to prioritize within that who we thought needed to have that work done now, and we ranked all of the schools within that priority from yes to if possible.
And was there consensus on the who across the groups or was that just
There's-
individuals?
There was like mostly consensus based on our tool with about like 6 to 8 schools that
Well,
maybe seem like they should be in a higher priority because there's a middle category that's so broad from schools with like 12% ecodis to schools with 80% ecodis because our district is so segregated. So, I mean, in the future, my thing, I feel like we should really break it up into high priority, like moderately high opportunity, moderately low, and low, because there's such a huge range in that. So there were like 6 to 8 schools or so that people often were like, okay, we're gonna bump those up because they really are higher than a lot of the other ones.
So, and part of the modernization didn't have cost with it. It was just the dot bases. This tool, if we get into breakout groups, can talk
I
about
get that. I
cost
was
in
trying
that
to understand
process.
what priorities and what we're trying to build towards, not just.
Yeah.
Well, the goal should be to align with LPC recommendations, not to do something completely separate.
Right.
Which so hopefully that we're not all going in separate groups and saying, oh, Anderson High School really needs a new build.
Okay.
And like I said, we'll work, that's why we're gonna work in smaller groups and we'll make sure that we work it out. Monty?
So I think that one of the things that might be helpful, based on the exact same line of conversation, is something in this spreadsheet that identifies at a minimum which campuses, because it was like half of them, that are high priority based on the 20%, 40% metrics, not based on the dots. although I agree, like, it would also be nice if in addition to that, we also had a metric that said, what is your percentage of eco dis? So that we have 2 data points to be able to start sorting by.
I think you can start sorting like you want in these smaller groups. So
But it's not.
I can print it out and we can have it as a resource while you go through it, so we can.
Okay.
we
you're
can
gonna put
add it.
numbers in there
Yeah.
and what you need to do.
How many groups are we in this?
Just 2.
2 groups?
Yeah, Mike will have one, Matthias will have the other. And we'll just count off 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I think that works out pretty equal then on that.
The economically disadvantaged is also considered like within the opportunity schools as like one of those groups. So having the like opportunities listed out already is thinking about economically disadvantaged, unless we want to like make that a much bigger like weight. And then the dots that people are talking about is just like one of the different ways, like counting up the strategies per school to kind of get a long range planning modernization recommendation for the bond steering committee. That like after they said that, immediately a lot of people didn't like it. There's a lot of strategies that are like buy new instruments where it's like, oh, we don't need to modernize. So there was a lot of debate, and that was just like one of a couple of different modernization recommendation strategies that were developed. I don't even know all of those because I miss like
The dots are currently in a state of mess. It's really the conclusion on that.
Okay, that actually helps me.
Yeah, I would like to say too, from the long range plan, the facilities group evidently did their own prioritization as one of their strategies of who they felt should have the bond. Right.
I think athletics
So we
did it.
never got it. Yeah.
Everybody did their own prioritization.
Well,
Beat
so-
all like, what do you know?
Yeah, so as a committee, I would like to, I don't know why we ever started with dots when we could have started with, what do facilities do? Because they've been working on it for a couple months. So I would like to see that now.
Okay.
to understand.
I know we're trying to get into the groups. This presentation and all this information is school centered. It doesn't include some stuff that we've been talking about at the centers, athletics and
Yep,
transportation.
athletics and transportation is on, if we get there, is on the agenda for today, athletics and
Yeah.
and
So-
arts.
Okay.
This sheet here is campuses only. Will you have one that will show
Correct. We can't get you through 1.5 billion all at one time. And what I heard on Thursday was that we wanted schools. I've heard it from multiple people. Yes, I did.
Well, not Barbara.
That's why I brought it up.
So what we, and again,
We'll
whatever
talk
we
about
get to
Nelson
today
Field, I
is
promise.
going to be
I got campuses and I have different facilities.
correct.
And for me, they carry both
Yeah.
way the same level of importance. So that's what I try to project.
And I do not want you to leave today thinking that we have a definitive dollar amount per campus. What's going to happen is we're going to take feedback, we're going to refine, we're going to take input, and we're going to come back with like a scenario for facilities. At the same time, we'll have athletics, we'll have technology, but this is the one that needs to get figured out or at least progressed so that the others can begin to find their space in the 1.5 billion.
Francis talked this morning about placeholders. Right now, we have placeholders. It could be a dollar amount, it could be a range, but it's going to sit here and we're just going to put it in. We're going to keep adding over the next meeting and then we'll refine on Wednesday if we stay on time, our time.
This is quick loud. I'm trying to zoom out a little bit because I'm trying to understand what the next word's going to be. Looking at Eric, because at the end of last meeting, it was like, we talked about how many campuses do a full modernization at versus how much money we have left over afterwards for some projects, targeted improvements and trying to use the link. Are we going to see that?
That's what this tool does.
Yeah, so one of the things.
If you let us get there.
Thank you.
So you're gonna see a balance between modernization and targeted. The summation of those two at this point is gonna be conservative, but it's gonna let you know kind of from a generally where you're gonna be at. And that's gonna consume some proportion of the 1.5 billion. I don't know what that's gonna be, but it's gonna be a good amount. And so we're just trying to get the schools to kind of find their elbow space in this bond so that we can take the next step and refine it and come back to you on Tuesday and say, okay, based on what you heard, this is the way it's settling out. The numbers have come down a little bit. Like that's what this process is going to be. And then we'll fold in everything else. And there'll be adjustments along the way.
How many groups are we breaking into?
2.
Thank you.
I guess what concerns me with the schools and campuses, because we have a super high priority for the campus field. And that's all. And I can't seem to get that into the lump of priorities when we talk about campuses. So that's why I said they carry both weights in that when you look at all the check marks of safety harm, are we satisfying the 7 conditions? But it's nowhere in there to fit with a campus need and how great that need is.
So,
And I just need.
so Barbara, so you have to start with the campus, because what's going to happen is what we'll do is if that is something, we will price it out, and then you're going to see the facility improvement, and then you'll see athletic improvement. Those 2 will be the line item in the 2022 bond. What also may happen is, let's say there's a school that's identified as being a resiliency hub. I don't know. I'm just going to throw it out there. Then you might adjust the budget to reflect maybe design considerations for storage or for the cafeteria. So you're going to make adjustments along the way to build up a comprehensive project at that campus. What's at the campus is based on all of y'all's work and LRP work that comes in.
I guess, so I'm seeing the fields as being external, but am I hearing you say that it's all inclusive in the package and not external? Because see, when you say facilities, I'm thinking about the gym and what have you for the building, but I guess it's just not clear on the external part of it.
Are you
telling me now I will,
So
all means all?
So we're starting. So one of the things you're going to find is like, let's just take a middle school. Let's say the track has deficiencies.
Travis,
It's number 5 on athletics.
Okay. Okay, take Travis High School, right? If we modernize Travis High School, it will address the athletics. It will address everything. It'll be a comprehensive high school, right? It'll completely get redone. Here's the key. If you do not do a modernization, but you still address the deficiencies and you still address lights and turf, then it'll be a facility and athletic improvement project at Travis.
Yeah.
But I can't, and so it'll be additive. You'll add the athletics to the facilities to develop a project. So you're going to build up. You're going to build up, but you can't build up from something that's not the facility. It is important stuff. It's the good stuff. Monty, yes.
Monty and then
I had
April.
a question, and you maybe have yet another. In that explanation. So I think that maybe the first thing was just the concern that I kind of hear, and I agree, is that if we go in today with just this tool without, at least as a mental placeholder, setting aside some bond dollars, we could spend more than all the bond dollars just on this tool and.
So what's that number?
Facilities adjustment.
12 to 15 schools.
No, but what's the number?
What's the number?
That doesn't count. That's easy way out, April. Come on.
$900 million.
I get that.
Okay.
I understand. I'm just saying.
850 to $900.
I mean, that's what you need to come up with today,
Correct.
is there's a
That's why
dollar
we need to
amount.
know how much for
Yeah,
housing.
right.
And so the placeholder then could prevent that we don't even have leaks because you just took 950.
No, well, but
But
listen,
the secondary question there, and this one's just math, is you're talking about if we did a full modernization at a high school, that it would include your
All
new
that.
field.
Correct.
right.
So
That's
that's
what I
in
wanna
the
hear.
architectural per square foot? Is that
Correct.
Yes.
not
Correct.
per square foot?
Right.
Correct.
It is?
Correct. Yeah. So when we build, Ann Richards, the cost per square foot included the athletic facility, include the track, include the turf, includes all of that. It's a comprehensive high school. FF&E,
So east side didn't include Yellow Jacket Stadium because.
Different conversation.
East,
It's a Tuesday conversation, and we're getting there. All right,
Yeah.
are you guys, one more, that's right.
Facility co-chair, I
Okay.
brought printouts for each group that shows a
Okay.
prioritization of the facilities of which schools that were being recommended for modernization. I hand wrote in there Barbara Spears athletics in order of field participation, just so that we're not just looking at deficiency numbers. Can I distribute that?
Yes,
The top 6 are the colors, so it's an LTC, the colors are based on the ranking that came out of the LTC, dark maroon being the top. And then the color fits. So
okay, we're gonna divide up into 2. Michael's staying here, right?
No, I'm gonna go.
You're going, Michael's going in the other room, Mateus is staying here. I'm gonna try to keep one of each long-range plan per group in thing. So Eric, you're going across the way. Nadia's staying here. Sally's going across the room. Valerie's staying here. Alex across the room. April's staying here. Now, which one was Nadia? I went on a different team. Fine arts. So you're going across the room. You're staying here. You're going across, let's see, where were you going? You're going across?
Going across.
All right, you're staying here. No, you're going across, you're staying here.
We need a coach here in each one of them, so
Yeah,
that's good.
I agree with that. I wanted the athletics to be split up too,
Yeah,
so.
that works.
And you can do whatever you want. Just don't be in the same. And you got about 5 minutes or so before we start. Go grab coffee or the bathroom or whatever. Yeah, pick your favorite, Michael or Mateus.
So if you wanna,
Yeah, you want to get a little closer?
do you wanna put that in?
It just doesn't happen. Well, yeah, I got mine on there. We have the 62, they're all the high. That's the problem. This is what I wrote in, so I put it.
and the present value. I'm going to just clean some of this up so that you don't have to see all those.
While you're doing that, I don't know that I actually need to know this for sure, but I'm curious, on the average work orders, is that submitted or completed?
On a per year basis, 2019 they're completed. So we don't necessarily have a ton that get not completed year over year. Some of them take longer than others. Some of them are very, very minor, but it's completed.
So when you were talking about work orders getting pushed through, you were just saying moreover that some people get more turned in.
Yeah.
But
What-
you're saying that
Well,
almost
and
everything
also
turned in gets completed.
Oh,
Not
everything-
even necessarily getting them turned in, but some schools have like people that are managing, like making sure that they're getting done,
they-
keep putting them to the top of the stack, and some schools
I
don't
know
have
at
that.
Lhasa they submit like the same, the AC doesn't.
Oh,
work,
yeah.
Like every other day.
That happens.
And then it doesn't happen for like 7 months.
I'll get one for bookkeeper, one from the principal, one from like 4 teachers, and then, so
Would that count as 4 separate ones or
it would, well, we do consolidate it because what ends up happening is the request and then the work order is actually what gets issued. So those would get requested. At one point, we actually had work orders be defined as well as HVAC requests. But to April's point, we have schools that just kind of figure it out. And it might be raining and leaking, but they don't call us because there's a leak. They just put a bucket under it. Right? So there is that.
Have the staff to follow up 7 times.
Correct. All right, so what we're gonna attempt to do is to, and I'm gonna offer something. Nadia just gave me an idea. I don't want to steal it from you. Maybe you should say it.
Well, I can say what I expect that we're gonna do, which doesn't sound like what we're gonna do. So I might as well say what I thought we should be doing.
So Nadia started out the conversation with, why do we need to do, I say why we need to do, but if there's a recommendation for like deficiency related projects, then perhaps just pre-populating that so we're not kind of going between 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 across all of it. Because we can spend a lot of time doing that. And so an example of that would be like year 0, priority 1 and 2. That's kind of like mission critical. I would argue that columns 1, 2, and 3 are mission critical, but certainly 1. And so I can quickly go through and populate 1 across the board and maybe even do 3. And then begin to kind of tackle it that way, get that off the board, and then go through and do modernizations, and then revisit and refine.
So that we're subtracting out. I
Correct.
like that, but yeah, no, I too.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, we already agreed on
That's
one
not what I
basically,
was
so for,
Yeah, 'cause
Didn't we
said
already
that was
agree
like
on that?
98 million.
The 298. So let's
yeah,
just
but what if we
stick
did
all
like
those
a
in.
higher number for all the high op schools and just started off with assuming we were gonna do more for them?
That's our strategy number 3 for facilities committee, but they costed that out and that was like 900.
Well, we can.
So,
start at that,
but we
yeah.
didn't hear a cost yet for what if we populated everything with a 2 instead of a 1. Because it doesn't really make any sense to me to only do year 0 stuff if you guys are very confident, more confident than I am, that we're not going to have another bond for 5 more years.
Well, so that's why we had a strategy to prioritize high opportunity schools to do beyond that. That was one of our 3rd strategies. So I think that that's why.
Well, and it sounds like if we maybe want to do high opportunity schools as a 3, but every school needs to be mission critical fixed
Yes, so that's
through
our.
now through the next bond, not just what's broken today, but
We
through the
can't,
next
that's
would
bond.
be
the
the
entire
900
bond.
million.
That's the entire.
No, not everything, just priority 1 items, which is less than the 800.
That's 200 some though.
Just a quick stat too that we did is we looked at the 19 school, the preliminary 19, the LPC recommended modernization. So we took the 800 million of 0, 3, 6, priorities 1, 2, or 5, or 2, sorry. So we just quick napkin math. If you look at years, priorities 1 and 2, year 0 through 5, it came to about 8 million something. We said, what if we modernize the 19 that we set LPC had said is their preliminary recommendation? It took off about 200 million from there. But if you're probably looking at like 900 million or so to modernize this 19. So right there, you are already busting the budget.
Right.
But yeah, I think one of the things I think, and obviously it's for your consideration, but I kind of have some concerns about not doing things that are like, because we say year 0, we're in year 0 now. Next year, year 1 is year 0. And I know that obviously we don't know it's going to break, but to not address things that we think will likely be broken, like that are mission critical 1 and 2 seems I think as a taxpayer, that might be a hard sell.
I agree.
Said
That's why I
at the
think
last
everything
bond,
needs to be
they
at least
did
two.
less
Well, and I would
this.
like, so that's the number.
And then we kind of
So,
keep falling.
So Mateus,
Yes,
Could we have 3 columns that give us the total
I'm doing
for
that right now.
column 1, 2, and 3?
He's
doing it
Right,
I'm already,
because that's what we didn't have that.
I think number 2 got.
I got it. I'm already
So
on.
while you're working on
As I'm have-
that,
I'm also still concerned that it's schools that have never gotten bond, that prioritizes schools that have always been historically over. Like, they've already gotten the resources. And since they have all those resources, we have to keep doing upkeep and maintenance
Yes.
and paying into them. And so that pot just continues to absorb, and the schools that haven't gotten it historically didn't get the right spaces, have never had the spaces, have the deficiencies, and continue to not get the spaces. So I think that it's kind of 2 ways of looking at it. Like, are we going to continue to just keep propping up the spaces that have already been provided for on one side of town and let the other side of town just continue to not have those spaces because they're not deficient yet?
So-
That's where you're getting the assumption
But
that,
I think we need
because
to,
if you look at the
we need-
FCA numbers, we did like map it out. and It was balanced in terms of FCA east-west, like the
ESA,
perception.
FCA doesn't cover
But
the
that's-
missing spaces.
Right,
Right,
or
right. So
undersized.
they might not have, but
That's
that's
what I'm
the
talking about.
strategies, not necessarily the FCA.
But the
right?
deficiencies is plugging in money for something that exists, right?
I see, yep.
But I think the balance also comes in with the fact that at the end of the day, I would be surprised if literally every mod isn't within those underserved schools. And that's going to be like half the bond, which is great.
but it's
If
not
that
gonna be-
should be the case. But if we are planning for mission critical problems before the next bond to come up at any of our campuses, like, we have to find a way to actually pass this bond. And so that's at least a sales point to say, hey, we've addressed everything that should at least keep your campus open for the next 5 years. And there are probably less of
That's a
those.
whole bond. That's the 900 million. That's no modernization.
$812 million.
The whole bond is
It's, it was
1.5.
820,
But
but then you
it's
take out
600
buses,
million,
you
moderate.
take out technology,
And
you
just
take out the
modernization.
secure vestibules, you take out food and
So,
maintenance. Like all
Yes,
those
I
other
know. I did
requirements.
that with Michael about a week ago, and we basically fit like all of the 1 and 2 priorities, or most of them, within like $200 to $300 million, which isn't that much money. Like, you could do like 12 modernizations and get all your FCA stuff and have enough to do $200 to $300 million worth of targeted projects that are outside of
I think we're saying
modernizations.
the same thing. I totally agree with the 300 million. That was our priority number 1. So 300 million, like, I'd say we put that in there.
No, that's not what I'm saying for FCA. I'm saying there was 200 to 300 million for like targeted, for non-FCA, non-modification things, for just strategies.
But what are you saying? for
If you
target?
put in like 500 to 600 million for FCA work, and that's what I'm asking, like, if everything is a number 2 across the board, what's that number? And that makes,
389 million.
yeah,
Yes,
that's
389.
very doable. And then if you want to go in and prioritize some campuses as a number 3 that are high opportunity,
I can't read that. Can you read this?
until we get up to 500 or
So that's
600
an
million.
extra- Yeah. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay,
So can we see that? What it
but
looks
that's
like?
not just the year 0
So
stuff.
that's the year 0 stuff. And then what I would argue is that in the code 2 line item, we prioritize the high priority at least first and see where that number is.
Code 2, if we do
That's
all
the entire
schools,
district, right?
389.
yeah, it's, you only just added like $50 million.
Wait, so where did the 289 go?
It's
Why did
just
that turn into
yeah.
333?
What do you mean?
the 2, I think
289 was
it's probably
what
more
you presented
exact.
to
That's why
us.
these numbers aren't
Okay.
perfect. So like, I think the idea is that the number might be slightly lower potentially, because Michael's team got the 298 number.
298,
And they were very more specific, and remember they were on a different spreadsheet.
So
for
this is
projects.
that same equivalent number.
Yeah.
It's
289
just-
jumped to
It's a little bit
333.
wrong.
Okay.
The same thing
So
as-
then
Hang
we're
on.
just talking about an additional 50 million sold.
So can you see what it would look like if we just put the code 3 and maybe even code 4 for high priority schools?
So this is 3. Oh, for high priority schools, so
Yeah.
list them out.
Let me ask a question before we do
Yeah,
that.
we'll list it
Are those cumulative, or is that
Cumulative.
the
So-
total of code,
it-
is
wait,
code
wait,
2,
let me go
code
to
1,
that.
and code 2?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, so
Who
remember,
needs to have that
you would
in
never do
spreadsheet
code 2 without doing
based on
code 1.
right. I just wanted to make sure your number
Yes,
told us
That's
that.
why, yeah.
So you're gonna keep two and then we're gonna,
1.558 plus 1.558 is 3.146, 1.806 these two, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and then where you have code 2 up top,
That is a summation of.
Of-
these two columns
okay.
All the way down.
thank you.
do you wanna keep answer questions? I can do this while you answer questions. All right.
I'm sorry?
Are you able to copy the
code
prioritization?
is the
to
column.
a spreadsheet, just from another spreadsheet?
I can. So how about this guy? School groupings? Is this y'all spreadsheet? It is, right? Y'all did, I think, these four.
So
I reformatted so I could use it. I think it's instead of the color coding, I can't like.
Yeah,
And this
that
is
one
one of the
lists the
reasons
schools.
why-
That's what I say, I can put that in there.
this is one of the reasons why I was asking if we could
Go to the other
have
spreadsheet.
a high opportunity like on here,
I can
so
do
that
that.
we can like sort schools by
So-
high
So
opportunity,
let's do
not
this.
high
Let's do
opportunity.
this.
Yes, I was gonna go
Because
through
I
and
would love to see what, if we put a 3 in for every high opportunity school, what that takes us
these
to.
aren't in alphabetical.
Those are in order of deficiency.
This is what
So
I'm gonna do,
the
this is what I'm gonna
number
do.
one school on there has the most deficiencies.
In 1 second. So we want to call this high opportunity.
We need to agree on those few schools that need to. should be bumped up. Like, is that independent?
So modern, but those are modernizations, right?
No, there was a couple schools that weren't technically high opportunity that you're talking about.
Oh,
I think they're in the moderate group.
Hey, y'all,
but they
just be
should be at
mindful,
the
there's
top
people
of the
online, so
moderate.
project a little more.
There's some schools in the moderate group that should be at the top of the moderate group, like the bottom of the high up top. And then there's a couple, I think, of schools in the low opportunity that really should be at the top of the low opportunity, not mixed in there with these other schools.
Hey folks, I'm sorry to interrupt, but whatever mic y'all are using, we cannot hear you. Like it's very low.
It's-
So it's right in the
Yeah.
middle of these.
We're gonna make
Once
it.
you card, yes.
It's taped.
Yep, that's the issue.
I think that's the cord that the mic. I don't even know.
It is.
I don't know if we can- I don't know. Are you just in high opportunity?
I'm bringing in the high opportunity data set.
While you're doing that, can I ask a question about ALC? Like, since it doesn't have a home, can we designate bond money to it or no?
Yeah, you can.
So
Yeah.
like the results of the repurposing, however, it's looking really likely that they're gonna be just.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. Since they don't have a home, like, can we allocate money to the program wherever it ends up?
Because that has the opportunity to build on and keep the building, whereas the Anita Quexel is so huge and spread out, it's taking tons of the. Oh, sorry. I have to tell people to project and I'm sitting here like whispering. So based on the kind of the preliminary things we're hearing from the assessors, it would make more sense to get rid of the Koi building probably if we want to do a lot of the possible options there. So that we'd probably be moving partners at least. One of the things we would look at is possibly Mets because it's in the same kind of neighborhood. And that site has a rare ability to maintain the building and do other things on it. If that makes sense. But that's not in any way decided, that's just a possibility. So if you all wanted to make a recommendation
I
for
can
where
do- I wanna have this all, like,
permanently, so that they're not bouncing around all the time.
Folks, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there's people who are having side conversations and whispering and that's being picked up. So we're hearing 3 conversations happening at the same time.
I mean, it
I'm gonna
helps a
use-
little bit more to have the actual score than determine the category because then we don't have to do
So
as much.
what
of
I'm-
that to make
What I'm using is the analysis that so this is y'all's first 4 columns, right? Remember y'all did this work. And so all I did was if it showed up and became, there you go. I took those, turned them into numeric value so that if I come over here, then if it's 0, it's not identified as high opportunity in that work. If it's a 1, it was in that column. And so now what I'm going to do is go over here and then create a little like a nested algorithm to pull in and make it a 3 if there's a high opportunity, if not, make it a 2. Does that make sense? Because what you wanted to know, if it's not high opportunity, it's a 2. If it is, it's 3, right?
Correct. That's the first thing we want.
So I'm gonna knock that out right now.
And for those online, what we're doing is
Should we
we're gonna
lump the
give
school-
the high opportunity school the third column, number 3, which is priority 2, I mean, all but 1, 2, and 3. And then for all the other schools, they'll get a 2. That is what we're trying to do. In real time.
So your high opportunity 0-1 is just the original sort list, right? Not anything that LRP did. It's
No,
like
it's
the
your LRP
actual
list.
high
No, we want the high
opportunity.
opportunity index.
We want the index. That's what I'm saying. I don't want, we don't
How
want
Yeah.
anything the LRP
How,
did. It's what did the district determine were the high opportunity.
Yeah,
So
it's the
DLR
20%,
has a
40% schools.
Well, DLR has a spreadsheet that shows like how many categories that they fall
understood
into.
that.
So like some schools had 6 categories in high ops, some had 5, some had 4.
And it gave it a score. So I was suggesting we just put the score there because then we can just
Okay,
sort
Did
by the
everyone
score.
use that score?
this is
Because I
what,
know we
did.
used
We
it,
did.
like it was 2.98. Is that the score you're talking about? Those little scores like that?
I think it was more like a ranking.
It was a
It
ranking, like
was
so
like
if
they
a s-
ranked the schools from 1 to, Gus Garcia was number 1.
Gus Garcia had 6 categories of high op
Right.
kids
Center.
there.
Mel sent to me. So this is the way it's going to work. So right now, this is that table right there.
Well, this is facilities committee's recommendations, slightly different.
Okay, so we will go back and this is a starting point until I get that data, Nadia, and then I'll bring it in here. But so what I'm doing here is I looked into that table, and if it is high opportunity, it receives a 1. If it's not identified as high opportunity in that table,
I don't know what table you're referring to.
it's essentially,
Yeah, I think you're using the wrong.
it's the work that I will wait until I get that data set. But it's the same data set.
Nadia, I have a question.
This is what
So
this-
It's the
scoring these,
DLR opportunity index.
That's what we want to pull in.
so scoring these in order, ultimately, we're gonna get a chunk of them that are gonna have some like, maybe it's gonna be like column 3 or column 4 is what you're wanting.
Mhm.
Because we can't really, like, we have numbers 2, 3, 4, 5. We can't like then get more granular and be like, okay, this is gonna be like 4.5. And the opportunity index just, it's sorted in order so we can like break down that sort into chunks and then put that in here. But just the number itself is not like as useful as like the chunks that it's in, which is kind of what we've gotten off of April's list that then Matthias has taken, putting over there just in like a numerical order instead of with the colors.
Nadia, is your confusion between the high opportunity that we identified at the very start of the process versus the so the high opportunity at the start of the process was the same thing with the exception that it included facility scores. So it included anyone that was very unsatisfactory or unsatisfactory FCA or anyone that was very unsatisfactory or unsatisfactory ESA. I think it actually also included average FCA, sorry. So
So I
the
guess
one that
my
DLR
confusion
did
is
later
just
is they
what
took
that
out
number is, because
facility
he keeps
commission.
pointing to this, and I'm like, why are we putting this? in
All right,
this
so
sheet?
what happened was in that long range planning committee, facilities, I think, was it only facility? I thought as
I
a
think
committee.
what you're talking about
There's
is when
two
we voted
separate
on the
things.
recommendations for the priorities, we had tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 for full mods. That's, I think, what he's talking about.
So let me put this here. So what I did is out of the long range planning committee work, I received a table that was like what she's showing, table showing, and it was like Andrews, for instance, it showed up multiple times. And the more times it showed up, the darker it was. Right? I don't have to recall like that. So there's
That met 2, like, so Andrews as an example, met 2 out of the 4 prioritization strategies. So when we made the full DLR grouping
correct.
of schools.
Yeah, this is only like the top 20% of that. So they could have had like the
Correct.
priority strategies. These maybe had 27 and the cutoff was 28. So it's really very.
Correct, but I was using what y'all had produced. So if I can
Yes,
go
and
back
I'm
and pull.
asking not to use that, because the dots, I can't think of any.
To play
not
the devil's
appropriate word
advocate, though,
that
we're
allowed to
talking
say
about
public.
adding the 60 schools or not adding like 10 of those schools. We're talking
Yeah.
about, do we add all of the high opportunity schools to this
Yeah.
or
I think
not?
start
So
with
let's
that.
just
Yeah.
start with
Yeah.
adding
Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
them.
We
Yeah.
not
start
the
with adding
order.
all of them,
Okay.
and then we remove if
Can you go
necessary.
calculate the number now, please? I think that's what everyone wants to see, the number.
Well, the number is going to be, I mean, I'll have to adjust it.
We talked about using a different.
There's 60 schools. We could
Yeah,
put that
yeah.
on hand.
Yeah, just put in the 60 schools.
Well, I am. I have to, y'all talk amongst yourself while I make a quick
No,
adjustment.
I need to ask what we're getting ready to see.
That's
Y'all
what
have
this
totally
says.
confused my head. I thought we were getting ready to see, are we getting ready to see all the opportunity schools?
That's, yes, we got into the weeds and we should keep it high level, like, let's just put the 60 schools in.
Okay, and then, no.
So that list is everybody that was on the 20 or 40%, right?
This is, yes,
That
And
is-
nothing else, just that.
nothing else. These are just the high opportunity, and there's
And that
shades of
ends up-
gray within
And
this,
then
Right.
but
after we
let's
see all
ignore
the
the shades of
high
gray.
And
This
that
is-
ends up being the
Schools.
biggest list of schools, right? That
This
is
is the
in
half
some
of the
way
schools in the
prioritized.
district.
That's right.
Yes.
So while I do this, I want to give you this data point so y'all can marinate on it. If I pull in just the work that was done by the LRP and using the high priority index score as a numeric value to trigger whether it's a 2 or a 3, then the difference between the 2 and the 3s is 488 million versus 389. So you think about $100 million by introducing category 3, right, for the schools that were identified in the long range planning as high priority. Again, only top 20% of the schools, but I just want, that's where, as a reference point, I'm about to bring in the other 40.
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Can we just
So-
put a pin in that and then see what happens to that number when we start pulling 10 schools out for full mod or 15 schools out for full mod, just to.
I'm going to bring in the full data set first, right?
It's been kind of quiet. Did you have a?
No, I just like, I mean, that doesn't even include Allison as a priority, and that's one of the ones we recommended for a full modernization. Because you have that one as a 2, so I don't think that's very useful.
Well, so. Yeah, because that's right, because I did high opportunity. I can
No,
do,
because that's 20% of the high opportunities even.
do you
So-
want the
But why
list?
But
does
it's
Allison
one that
have
we
a
said-
for high opportunity?
Yeah, Allison's a high opportunity school.
Because he's just. Yeah, but that's not measuring a high opportunity, that's measuring the top 10 of the high opportunity schools.
Okay.
Remember, he made that cutoff with the
LRP
list of
stuff.
stuff.
Let's
first-
So he didn't put the 60 schools in.
Just
No.
the 60 schools.
I turned the color coding into numeric value to begin to manage the data.
What
set.
happened was DLR made that judgment call of where to make the cutoff on the high opportunity, and that's how it's getting an X or not.
Correct. So I will go back and I'll add that.
Okay, so we're just saying
Well,
just
and the
add all
final
the high
exercise
opportunity
that we
schools.
did in LRP was
Just
just
for a
like.
point of reference.
Just as, yeah.
Mel, you said you sent it?
Shouldn't have done it.
It's got some filter on it.
I'm gonna need a second for this.
Password is almost always just capital HPN, and then you can unlock it.
Like you could read them.
Do you want me to just read them to you? They're in alphabetical
We'd be
order.
done by now.
Okay.
Alice, so
But do
Allison,
you want the number or do you just want the whole data set? Because I thought we heard number first, which is a
let's
different.
just plug them in, otherwise we're gonna be here splitting hairs
Yeah.
for hours.
Okay, if you are amenable to that, then I'll do that. You're right.
I could do that while you answer questions.
So what year are you adding? You're.
All
Just
60
adding all
schools.
60 schools.
Oh,
But
Let's
with
just
that
see what,
20.
like,
Yeah.
let's, 'cause otherwise we're gonna.
So what I'm gonna do
split hairs for hours.
here is I'm gonna say all opportunity schools. I'm gonna make this
All
as
high op, yeah.
a. And I'm gonna put a 1 wherever you tell me to put a 1.
Okay, Allison,
Okay,
ALC,
Okay.
Andrews, Barrington, Brown,
hold that one. I have it under TA, I think I have it under TA Brown.
oh, okay. Burnett,
Well, actually,
Okay, how did you miss Blackshire?
hang on, no, she hasn't.
Blackshire was taken off the list because of the gentrification in the neighborhood.
Blackshire's one of
Facilities committee added it back in because it didn't recognize the
It's not
gentrification in the
recognizing the
neighborhood's
students
effect
that they
of the
serve?
students. It was part of the original 25 schools, so facilities committees recommended pulling it back in specifically for that reason.
Who rode
with
over there
Williams.
into that community and decided that Blackshire? This-
No one rode
this is
into
one
it.
of- This is one of his lived experiences,
So-
so
Yeah,
well,
that's
so
why it
this is
throws
my
me
suggestion.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was my suggestion, is that due to a population that's more underserved than their peers.
Put an X in Blackshire.
Put
But,
Blackshire
I mean,
on.
I didn't
Facilities
know.
committee brought it
Keep
in,
going,
so.
let's go through this.
No,
Like,
that's
yeah,
what
The list on
It's
this
only
actually
because
includes
I
a
did
couple
not look at
extras.
elementary schools, and that's why I'm surprised when you skip.
The only
because we
reason
only
why it
did
was out on
one
this
minute.
list is
Okay,
because
what's
the
that
census
Blackshire?
tract, which the district doesn't control.
I got
kicked it
Brown
out.
already.
I lived there.
Burn
Yeah,
it.
I've been over there.
Burn it.
I've been over there.
Okay,
Yeah, these 6
Clifton
schools-
Career.
Hang on, let me do Burnett first.
These 6
And then you
schools
say Clifton?
are not
Clifton,
considered
yeah.
high
Okay.
opportunity. They were in the
Okay.
moderate category.
Delco
but they
Centers.
should be high.
I'm just only
Okay.
schools.
Dobie Middle.
Okay.
East Side,
But with
Okay.
that-
Galindo,
Campbell.
Okay.
is
Garcia,
it's-
Okay.
Valley.
Okay.
Graham.
Okay.
GT,
Right. Jared
Yeah,
Thompson.
right, that's why there's definitely schools in this mod
Okay.
category that.
Okay.
Houston.
Okay.
International High.
I didn't put International High because they're at a different
Because
school.
they're northeast.
Yep.
Okay.
They're at school.
Jordan.
Okay.
Langford.
Okay.
LBJ.
Okay.
Linder.
Okay.
Lively.
Okay.
Martin.
Okay. Oh,
McBee,
sorry, hang on. I got one wrong. Martin, got it,
McBee.
got it,
Mendez.
got it,
Navarro.
got it.
Nelson Bus.
Don't have it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll skip Nelson Hill, skip Noack Sports Complex, Norman Sims,
Okay,
Northeast,
Got it.
Early College, Oak Springs,
got it,
Odom,
got it,
Ortega,
got it,
Overton,
got it,
Padron,
got it,
Palm,
got it,
Con Springs,
got it,
Pettis,
got it,
Pickle,
got it.
Pleasant Hill,
Pleasant Hill Elementary School, got it,
Riley,
got it,
Rodriguez,
got it.
Sadler Mean,
I know it's not.
Okay,
Sanchez,
Got it.
Skipping Service Center, Skipping Southeast Bus Terminal, St. Elmo,
got it,
Travis Early College,
got it,
Travis Heights Elementary.
got it.
I never know how to pronounce this. Uphouse.
Uphouse.
Uphouse. Walnut,
Got it,
Webb,
got it.
Whidden,
Woodane,
with Dane. Dang it. I always mess that one up. Wynn,
got it,
Wooldridge,
got it,
Wooten,
got it,
Zavala.
got it.
And
All right.
then ones that we were adding on because of issues like that was Blackshear.
I got Blackshear's and X.
And then Williams, because it was open plan. Back to that point there.
Williams.
And you probably didn't think about Crockett, but we did Crockett for.
You
us.
added Crockett? Okay.
Yeah, because
we
of
did-
the population, if you look at all the kids that
Okay.
we serve.
Okay, I
So,
think that's fair.
so it's one of those of.
All right, so I'm putting in X by Williams.
Yep.
All right,
And Crockett.
And it's
So X
35%.
What is the?
but then I think you need to, okay, so we need to have notes on these. Can-
Yes,
Like,
for ones that are exceptions.
for ones that are exceptions and why we as a group has identified them as exceptions.
Okay, yeah, I got that.
Okay. We put in Crockett, Early College High School, boom. So I'm gonna, did you list them out already?
35.
You said Crockett, Blackshear, and Williams? Yep.
Yep. So I'm gonna turn them to ones because we're gonna use them in the analysis.
So can
So
we
Blackshear,
add, can
no,
we
Burnett
add,
was always on.
can we add the following schools to the IOP list? That- They are. where did mine go?
It's on our
Better
strategy
check,
chart. We put in
Pillow.
parentheses where we changed the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all did too.
That's
Yeah.
two, yeah.
Yeah,
we
we
just
changed-
Asterisk.
These were, we
somehow.
make sure
Yeah.
they're using.
I think too, she has the
They don't have to.
These were the six that I have. Better check,
Yeah.
It's okay that they're doing different.
Yeah, they should be doing,
So we had
Dawson.
Title I schools.
Yeah, Crockett is a Title I
separate,
school.
But I don't know that, okay, so let's see. So we had Keeling, so if we're just going off of Title I schools, I'm just reading the list of ones that didn't appear here.
I'm not gonna put them in yet until you tell me
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Keeling, Betachek, Williams, Becker, Blazier, Campbell, Casey, Kasurik, and Pillow.
And I understand
Those
the
were,
Crockett.
those were Title Ones that weren't listed on our HIOP. And you're saying Crockett's one too?
And I understand, we can
Oh, but
confirm, but
Crockett's
that's
not,
my
is
code.
Crockett Title I?
I understand Crockett is Title I. And she just saw 63% equal this for Crockett. Crockett's numbers, and that's why it's
You want us to read the list again, right?
I have the list. I create a second column for the,
Yes. The Title One.
no, whatever y'all are deciding is like, need to consider.
Special
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so can I list these for the need to consider list?
I'm sorry? Yeah, Blackshear, yeah.
So the need to
And Williams.
consider list.
I already got Williams.
Do you have
so I think I
Paredes?
got that one.
Paredes, Dawson, and Pillow.
Perez was in the original
Paredes.
list.
Not Perez.
Oh,
Paredes.
Paredes.
So y'all want me to add that one?
Check.
Yeah.
To your column C.
Okay.
Pillow, Dawson, Perez. You already have Williams.
Here's Pillow.
You already have Williams,
I don't-
right?
But I was thinking, what about Aiken? Who serves all of Dove Springs? Just saying.
Yeah.
It's
I
kind of
was just
obscured by
basing
the
these
other
on the
population.
You're
there.
going off of the people, yeah.
Yeah, I was basing these on the numbers and being so
What does-
wildly
tell me,
different.
the list-
But I
Crockett
don't
was.
think,
Okay.
I don't think,
They're Title I, yeah.
I don't think Becker should be on the list.
Aikens is Title One.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I knew Crockett,
Put Aiken on policy.
I don't think Becker
And-
would.
And are you showing the breakdown
Thank
of the
you.
population?
Did you say that?
Are you showing the breakdown? of
So
the population?
Becker,
Becker is on the title.
okay, Becker, Title I, not listed, yeah, Becker, Blazer. But see, this is why we started like taking, up. Then if you start digging into the population that's at the school, then it's a question of like, because the neighborhood is what decides whether or not it's Title I.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily representative of who's in the school.
Right, Title I is not a very good.
Right, which is, I think, why we didn't have.
Yeah. So it was not only for Crockett's Title I, then we also looked at the makeup of the population of the students served. So all of those categories of making it a high opportunity.
Crockett made it on the.
Yeah, so we.
Crockett's on the
You got
second column.
Crockett on-
I
So
got
which
it. My
ones did we
computer
not
died.
include?
So
Did you
I'm-
have
I put Williams in there.
Okay.
Did you
put Aikens on there?
Akins is not on there yet. I'm gonna go through that list again and read them out to y'all, and then
Okay.
you just tell me if I'm missing. You're gonna,
Yeah, because we're all talking at once.
Now, what is?
and my computer like decided that.
Make the population makeup.
I'm looking it up right now, but it serves everyone in Dove Springs goes there for high school. So they're kind of obscured.
But
by
they have
other folks.
50% transfer out. I think that
Yeah.
that's where it
Hold on.
gets.
Yeah, that's where it gets cut.
Yeah, because the kids that
It's
are
60%
there.
economically disadvantaged, almost 80% Hispanic.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily
Because
mean.
people are transferring. because
Eco
of-
group.
They're 60% eco.
Okay.
According to.
But it also means they need-
21, it's 78% Hispanic.
Because according to the people there, that's what they say there. They say it's because of their athletics condition.
So as my
Is
question,
that what they tell me?
I think we are
like
getting
what you brought up, maybe what that first one says, the census data.
I have to.
And,
look
it's
through it.
and-
It's like,
so it's
gold, it's, Aikens is a gold.
It's a
school, so it's
combination of
over gold.
convoluted
Right.
stuff.
Matthias, could we get the spreadsheet back up on the screen?
Yes, Jen, my computer died, so I'm getting back in there right now.
Perfect. Thank you, man.
I'm unbreakable.
So that's what I'm saying, that's
Yes,
what-
Megan's gonna bet me.
Can we share this list with the others?
So did you?
I don't know what it was. Becker, we had a list
think
of
that's why we
schools that were
added
Title I that
No, I know why.
But why would it
When
be Title I, it's only 7?
because of the neighborhood. Title I is decided based on the neighborhood, not who attends the school. They changed it like 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay, so we are or we're
So
not.
some
adding-
schools like lost their
We're
Title I
not, right?
funding because their neighborhoods were gentrified, even though the students inside the school were still Title I.
Good stuff.
But so we're not adding that.
Good stuff.
I don't know.
Adding with.
Y'all tell me what you want to add.
First column first, before we add anything else, let's look at the first.
Yeah.
All right.
It might be ridiculously large, and we can't even add anybody.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Valerie makes a great point. Do
Thank you.
the first column.
Yeah.
Let me, I want to make sure I
We're in
get,
the-
everybody gets
Stick
this.
them all in there.
All right, I'm gonna do high opportunity only as the first list, no modification.
And it's really challenging because if a school or an area of the community is being gentrified, even though they have students and there's still a population, like 5 years from now, that
Will they be
school
gone?
will be gone and not putting more money into the higher part. Just changing it just quite right.
But you also.
And
have
unless
to-
you look at like Fletcher, who has like a component of, low income housing that's gonna be there for always because it's dedicated.
That's what they don't need to be predict. It's like some of it is case by case. Like I would say it doesn't apply to all some of it, right?
No size fits
That's
all.
the
Hey, hold on, y'all.
We have feedback coming from two sides.
No. I muted everybody. All right, what I'm gonna do, I think we're gonna do a
Gang, there's a really bad echo in the room.
Trying to fix it. Matthias, are you on?
You're echoing.
I am.
Has to be. I mean, the only thing that changed.
Okay, how about now? Echo gone?
No echo, no echo.
Can you all hear us?
Yes.
Great.
558 million for the,
Okay,
Okay,
wait,
let's
sorry,
just-
really quick. We need
Carla, if you're online, can you make Matthias a co-host so he can share his screen again? We need to be able to show this.
Oh, yeah, you
spreadsheet.
can't see it. I was like, ta-da.
Neither can we.
No, no, no reaction, seriously?
558 million is.
Oh my gosh.
But we can just put a pin in
But
that and then
that's
start
actually
taking
really
our
reasonable
schools.
number.
Let's just play with the
yeah.
spreadsheet.
Let's do that.
And it's gonna come down when we start taking mods
Yes,
out.
so let's see what that
And
looks
then we
like.
can maybe put
And
some
then we
of those
can
on the
split
pencil
hairs.
back. Yeah.
Matthias,
If I'm
did you
spinning goes
add in?
Well,
some
yes.
sort of
Let's
list?
play with the
Not
boulders.
yet, no, do you want a second one?
Can you list the ones you were gonna add, though? I wanna
Yeah.
know what's on that
Once I bring
list
it back
now.
up, we'll do one quick check.
So our list, so here's where the top, so the top 6 are the maroons and where they fall on our list. Okay, so our list prioritized like Barrington was our number 1 ES. Woolbridge was our number 2 and down. So if you look at our top, like if you draw a line like somewhere in the middle, like it depends on how many schools we're doing, then the top 6, right? And
Did you do FCA too?
this is looking at not just missing space. This is like ESA, basically, plus data from like the
I would feel like-
spreadsheets of
Ready for
undersized dining,
The ones
undersized,
that
like
were on
all
my
those
list
kinds
were
of things.
better
To me,
check
like,
below.
Okay,
Houston and Allison would be above Blackford.
gotta check.
And to me,
Okay,
my understanding.
Blackshear got added.
Blackshear, Pillow.
Are they in all, are yours in order or no?
It would just be like.
I
also.
Would you
I
like
feel
alphabetical order? I'll
that
give you
the
the
If you don't,
top
if you can't, that's
6
okay. I'll
we
just-
should start with.
Blackshear.
Like, I think we should start with the top
Dawson.
6.
Dawson, Castle.
And that was 1 high school, 1 middle school, and 4.
Okay.
That
got Dawson.
was Travis.
Bananas.
Yeah, Travis, 2 middles, and 3.
Beretta's got it.
Pillow.
I think you had everything but Dawson
Pillow.
before.
I got Pillow.
So Matthias, can we plug in the top 6 for mod
Williams.
Rex, just to see what it does?
Yes, let me get them, put the
Okay.
second list in here.
Okay.
I got Williams,
Williams, and then Crockett.
And
Crockett,
yeah.
okay, let me add Crockett. And then we-
Anyone want to confirm that any particular schools are on?
Did you get Keeling?
Beretta's in there,
Williams.
got Williams,
Okay.
got
And
Pillow.
Keeling is in there.
Keeling is not in here.
Does
It wasn't on your
Keeling
list.
is Title 1.
I know, right, yeah, but let's look at the school. I don't.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
not doing
okay, I
it.
thought you
We're
were
not
doing a
Title
Title
I.
1 list. Okay.
No.
All right,
So then did we keep Aikens in there? Because if we're keeping Aikens, I'd say we keep Keeling because those are kind of the same.
And-
Aikens isn't on that list either.
Okay.
And Title 1
You wanna add
is,
Aikens?
Yeah, I
Or
don't think
even
so.
fucking
The
campus.
Aikens should, it's a brand new campus. Like,
and
it-
Title 1 also reduced lunch
Yeah.
and those things that make up Title 1.
Yeah,
was
I
it?
don't think Keeling
Yeah,
needs to be. on
Keeling,
there.
so right, just because it's Title 1,
No,
it's
Right,
not
right.
eco dis.
Well, so
stuff for
it's
It's not
Keeling.
That's why I was
Yeah.
making the same
So,
argument
right,
about
that's-
Aikens.
that's
Like, if
what-
we're gonna add one, then we have to add the other, but I
Yeah,
think we add.
so Title
Consider
1
like a
should be a whole
high op
overall
plus
because of what
mod
makes up
underneath
Title
that.
1.
Agree,
Yeah,
agree.
versus eco dis and, the whole population is what I'm saying of the
Okay.
kids.
Do you want to make that column like a threshold for eco dis? Because it's the more that we can say with clarity why it made it,
That's a good
as
call.
opposed to our judgment.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I think
So if it's not Title 1, we're
Yeah.
gonna say if they had this much eco dis, we're putting them in
Yeah.
column, whatever that
We
was.
could do that. I think it's something like 65% or more roughly.
But wasn't one of the high op categories the top quintile of low eco dis already?
When you
Well,
look, it,
Or the.
But you
For
could
our
not-
sorting from
There's flo-
LTC.
I think that the
flawed.
formula that came up with this, that list is not like results in these categories with vast differences between the schools. And I think that's what we're trying to compensate for. So if you take those categories,
If you
like
take
the
them as a
moderates,
ranking.
and then you rank them by ecodis, you're sort of trying to weight that a little bit more.
But
and
we're not
say,
ranking, we're just putting them on the list or not.
Well,
and-
what we're doing is moving, like by moving it to the top of the mods, it becomes the bottom of the lows.
But we're
right?
not ranking it though. We're just putting it on the list, yes or no.
Yeah.
Right, we're moving it into the category that it was at the borderline of,
So right now, what we're doing is we're
using ecodis as the.
taking those ecodis lists and we're saying, okay, if we throw those into our everything list, where is our big number? Because right now our big number is not that big.
Okay, so my only question though is that the highest quintile of low socioeconomic dis was already in there. That was one of the.
I think we're at
Was it
the
like-
highest one.
Okay.
Highest two quintiles are-
And let me
So,
throw in
question.
another comment on it. Now we're getting this list and eco dis, all of those things in it. Now, where will we put in underserved?
Well, these are all understood.
Are they?
They're all
They
underserved.
all, everyone,
I mean, that's,
because like I said, I haven't dealt with the elementary, so all of this that now we have created this list, they also fit into the definition of underserved. Okay. All
That's
of
my
them.
understanding.
Well, because to
That
be
you
high
understand,
up,
that's why I'm throwing the question out there. That's- So that as we sort this, we're still also satisfying that checkbox too. I'm good.
I think to Nadia's point, the opportunity index was intended to be the definition of underserved. What we discovered was that because of gentrification, it doesn't account for that factor. A neighborhood might be becoming more affluent, but the students are not. So that's the reason to introduce another layer that will hopefully correct for
'Cause
missing.
that's
some
my
of
And
the-
I would
question.
add,
Yeah,
it's
well, we
not
did that.
just
I
the
did that.
gentrification, it's the fact that our policy also allows for self-segregation
transfer
within
out.
the schools,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that you can have schools with very different demographics within the same area and neighborhood.
So it looks like we figured out some numbers. The only thing I want to say before we go into the next discussion, that at some point, we want to make sure you have time to talk about the modernization to play around. So we need to do.
I think
we
that's
need to-
now.
we need to- we need to
Yeah,
move into
we're about to
next-
get to that. I think this is good. This is really good. Okay, so just to summarize, with the initial, you go here. I added a high opportunity alls. This is the list that we have in the table. I put ones here. I went back through and did high opportunity all with mods. That's where we added the Crockett's, the Dawsons, the Pillows, the Williams.
Modification,
Mods, yeah.
not modernization.
Okay, but why was Allison like what? Wait, so numbers.
Because this is.
Oh,
I
Oh,
wanna
so it's
use-
cumulative.
I want to
Staying.
use an
Yeah.
array,
Okay.
so I don't have to do
Okay.
a multiple or do a simple attraction or subtract, addition or subtraction in the algorithm. It's easier doing switch. So then I did, it came over here, and then this, it's a VLOOKUP off the school on the array. So it's matching the school ID on this column, which is, first column, with the school name on that second column. And then it's going over to the third column, which is the second 1, 2, or 3. And then it's adding a 1 or a 0 here. It's just pulling from that array. And then all this is doing is the original algorithm. Does that make sense? So all of a sudden, it's just all this twos and zeros.
So in basic English,
that right?
explain code 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's what's.
Okay, code 1 is just that everything within all schools, it's year 0, right?
Deficiencies.
Priority 1 and 2, priorities 1 and 2.
Can you write that code 1 dash? So we don't
It's
have to
right.
keep
It's
that
this,
one?
it's this.
Oh,
column.
oh, I
So
got you,
code
got you,
1
got
is this one.
everything in
And
that
code
column.
2 is that.
Yeah, I
Code
got
2
you.
is this, but it's cumulative, right? Because you wouldn't do priority 1, years 1 through 5 unless you did year 0, 1, and 2.
Yeah.
And then code 3, that's the 812 months that we talked about.
Mhm.
That's these 3 total, it's years 1 and 5, priority 2, plus years 1 and 5, priority 1, plus year 0.
So those first lines are all schools.
Correct.
Okay.
All school, well,
So code 1, 2, and 3 are all schools.
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
Well, they're all schools. I don't want to say it that way.
Yeah,
Well,
the first
they're all
3 are
doing the
all.
same thing.
They're
That first
correct.
All
They're-
schools getting everything under that
Yeah.
column.
For
that's
code
exactly right.
1.
But
it's all
scenario
schools.
high ops all is.
Because even here you have all schools also, it's just they have a lower coding. So all you're doing here, scenario, shouldn't be scenario, use scenario much. You have high opportunity all, and all it did is pull that first
Getting
column
3.
that we worked through, those, I don't know how many schools it is, gave them all 1s, calculated a value. So 2 was kind of the baseline, and you added 1 to it, so moved it up to a 3. So that's this level, while everything else is still at this level.
Okay.
So
Right.
can I clarify that? So the fourth column, it says scenario high ops all. That means that all the schools got the stuff in column 1 and 2,
Correct.
and the high ops got the stuff in column 3.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so
Why
that's our
not be-
facility strategy number 1 and strategy 3.
Why not be consistent and call it code 4 and define it? from
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
that
I can
column,
do whatever we want to
define
do.
it,
I want to
Yes,
get the
well, I
balance
think
right.
for
time, I think
Yeah.
it's for
Yeah.
time. We don't
I wanna
have
see
that
those
time to
six
do
We
it.
understand
No,
that.
but
And
just
there
call
is a
code
code
four.
4 and 5 already. We're just not
Uh,
using it right now.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I will clean this up. I
I'm
just,
like, y'all are gonna make a stop soon. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so let's go
let's
to
do
the
more.
boards.
All column number 4, and then you've got code 4, because that's what it is. right?
Okay, so can
So
we
it's
throw in
okay,
the top 6 schools that everyone
The online
agreed on?
So
And the
before we
5th
do
scenario
that,
is.
can you
is-
explain how you prioritize things?
The
Because
whole-
not
okay,
everyone
plus the
was in
modified.
yours.
I
So
think you should use a word different than mod, because we were using.
on
mod
here
to
is
really
what
define
What
it.
do you want to
LPC, all the committees
Yeah.
agreed on.
Okay, I'll super quick. We're doing 2 different conversations.
For people online, can we try to keep it on like just one conversation? And Matthias, it'd also be helpful if you could move your cursor as you're pointing to different columns as well, so that folks online can see which column you're pointing to, what we're talking about.
Do you know the 6 schools that we're asking to see right now?
no, I mean, I
Yeah, we
could
have
probably
different
guess.
conversations. That's all we're.
Okay, can I explain what the 6 schools are? The 6 schools are what the LPC, all 80 of us agreed, plus or minus, depending on who's out of the room, agreed were recommended for full mod based on hitting the number of strategy dots, which there are issues with, but I still would say that the top 6, everyone agreed on, dots aside. Also low FCA scores, also like all of the things. It hit all 4 of the
Were they
categories.
all
The lowest of the low.
Facilities, did facilities also identify?
So
this?
those 6 were identified. So that's what this spreadsheet is just facilities committees, but the color ranking are whole committee rankings.
All 7.
So all 7 committees did the maroon as priority, tier 1 is what they called it. And the red one as tier 2, the pink fuchsia one is tier 3, and the pink one as tier 4. So this is overlaying what facilities was recommending for full mod with what the LPC, all the strategies were recommending. So
Facilities is color or everybody is color?
facilities is
Listed in order.
is columns, and color is everybody. So all of the committees based on that, which was a draft, and we are redoing it on Monday night.
And which of any of these rankings accounts for missing spaces, including athletics, BAPA, and academic spaces?
Except,
The dogs hate it.
yeah, so the
The dots
facilities,
don't.
That's our concern,
The
about the
dots do
dots.
not, so I want to know,
Yeah.
who, like, have we really looked at
which,
that? Do we
which is
have-
what the facilities ranking, so that's what we were looking for, and that's for academic spaces. We pulled VAPA out, so I would want to like run VAPA on here, but this is academic spaces, so learner spaces based. And we pulled from ESA and also the new
Well,
capacity.
because we didn't know about
sheets.
the future dot strategy, we
Mhm.
don't have that.
For the sake of
like-
argument, I'd say let's pull the first 6 and just see what it does. Otherwise, we'll be in the weeds arguing
Yeah.
about the dots, and we won't ever get to
Right.
see what it means.
Right, that's a Monday conversation. I know
Right.
what she's saying, because
Yeah,
our
that's a
concern.
Monday
But
conversation.
at least this is what you, I think this just by coincidence picked up one of our schools or something in the whole thing of it, that you just happened to get Burnett. And Burnett also was something that was on our list. So I'm seeing what you're saying on that, but it wasn't as a result of,
It wasn't athletics coming in, it was
Yeah.
facilities coming up. And
Coming,
if you're gonna redo Burnett, you're doing a comprehensive
Right.
middle school,
And
it will
so-
pick up athletics.
right, and so Burnett got picked up in there, and Burnett was one of our recommendations.
And Travis
So-
really college.
Right, like
and-
Travis was one of our recommendations,
Yeah.
so it got picked up in there. So we can look at those schools, but yes, Monday's
Oh, this one,
conversation.
I
think
gave
it's
him
dealing
that.
with a
He
lot
has
of
me
what
on the
both
other
of
one.
us
You have
are
to
saying.
share that. I didn't
Yeah,
print
I
out
just
enough
want
for
a
everybody.
list of the missing
But I mean, I'll
spaces.
share with you.
Yeah.
That's like,
Okay.
we
Well,
have
and
not seen that, and I
So
would
I
like
I
to see
definitely, like, I want to see
I-
on the top
you know,
priorities
still have
there,
concern
but I
with
do
those
also want to
recommendations.
see it or sort it on here so that we can see both views on money. So not all campuses are going to lower our FCA spend the same, and the top priority ones should lower it the most anyway, right? Because there's most wrong with them. But just,
Yeah.
does that make sense? what I'm
Yeah, and
asking?
once we get through at least like one iteration, we can go print out a bunch of copies and you can say, okay, this is like one way to look at this, and you'll see the offsets. Because what'll happen is, you're right, that you'll have 2 columns now. You have a modernization budget and a deficiency budget. Right now, these are just efficiency budgets, project budgets.
Do you need the list of 6 to start entering
Yes.
while we're talking?
Yes, give me the
You have
list.
it? It's Linder, Oak Springs,
Hey,
Woolridge.
Linder, Oak Springs, I want to make sure I write them down. Woolridge,
Burnett, Dobie, Travis. That was.
Was Northeast on there?
Priorities.
Not the top
and
six.
written in here.
Northeast
So
didn't make-
it's the priority.
I've got Linder, Oak
Well,
Springs,
where was Northeast?
Okay,
Woolridge.
so it was in tier 2, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, so here's the thing, we're just supposed to do this.
No,
because-
no, I'm just asking the question, when she could-
Yeah,
what I
so
remember.
just to
I'm not
clarify,
trying to
especially for
throw 'em.
anyone who
Yeah,
wasn't
just what I
there.
remember.
So
Okay.
the top 6 were the first tier that we did get consensus on, that we definitely wanted those 6. And then there was tier 2
I don't give nice consensus.
Yeah,
at the
no, we're
LCA
good.
or LPC meeting. That was what was.
No,
approved
that was what
officially.
was assumed, but we're good, we're good.
This isn't the only ones, right?
Let's-
This
yeah,
is just the
so-
ones they really wanted to move forward.
Right.
And there was
And I
tier
just
2
thought-
and 3,
Uh-huh,
and those aren't ranked within there.
no,
And there's other schools that may need to get moved up to those tiers. But right now, the 6 is what came out of the LPC, like officially, they have said that's approved.
yeah, I know what was said, but I just thought Northeast made that one, but you're saying Northeast made the second or third
Yeah,
list?
second tier.
That's all the
Second tier.
answer I need. That-
Northeast was our number 1 in
Yeah.
facilities.
Yeah, so that, I don't understand.
But that was a tier
But
2,
that's-
so to address what Monty's saying, like, yes,
Yeah.
money, but that's already, deficiencies is covering that. We haven't yet introduced the equity. So let's pull the equity that's not in the spreadsheet into the spreadsheet and see what those numbers do based on a year work of LPC recommendations.
What is, I have
How are we gonna
Linder,
measure
Oak
equity?
Springs, Woolridge,
Are we gonna measure?
Dobie,
Is that equity?
Travis,
Equity.
Burnett.
How
Yeah.
are you gonna measure that?
My argument is that that's what the LPC has been doing, strategizing based on high opportunity campuses. Versus just the
we're
numbers,
gonna
which
look
would
at-
put Anderson up here and would put Bowie back up here and would put,
But
that's
we're
my
gonna
fear.
look at each strategy. for
Well,
the
like
LPC.
I just say, let's just throw in the big boulders of the LPC tier 1, tier 2, and just look at the numbers, just to see. what
That's
it
all I was
does.
gonna say. Let's just look at, like, this is not final. You all know,
Right,
agree
right.
to do
No,
this at the
just-
beach.
We're just
You all can
playing.
change your mind. I think we want
Yeah.
to see it. We want to see the
You,
action.
you didn't make extra, you just only
I-
made one copy
I-
for Monty?
I didn't,
No.
I only made.
I'm just a bad
I
share.
honestly wasn't expecting.
I'm raising.
Yeah, I feel like they copied all of us. Thank you. Here, make a copy of this one, actually. Let's got the notes.
I'll
No.
stick it here between us. How's that?
Oh, actually, Melissa, I have the athletics on this one, not on
Yeah.
that one. So maybe make copies of both of them, please.
Thank you,
Melissa.
Melissa.
Thank you.
So. Not this Monday, but the Monday before, I'm pretty sure it was the 26th, so I remember bringing off the list, and it looked like we could do basically the facilities that we've got here, plus those 6, plus about half of tier 2, and we still had about between 200 and 300 million dollars left over.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So I've got my notes on
Which
it.
was
That's why I want
enough
to
to
say, let's
get,
start
like-
putting stuff in the
It was
bucket.
enough
so
to
we
get
can-
like
And then we can
meals
see how
and
much we
all
have.
the
for
security vestibules
targets.
and all the
Exactly.
buses.
So that's why I'm saying, let's just try plugging in.
Right.
Instead of splitting here about who got what dots, like,
Yeah.
let's just throw them in there and see. Yeah, you can't get all of tier 2 it.
The tier 2 is not sorted. I mean, there's some that are in tier 3.
Yeah, but let's leave that, let's just
I know, I'm
say
just saying
number of schools, so it's sorting like we're doing that on Monday night. So let's just see how many ESs, how many MS. Where,
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say
The stuff
something
that's
else.
relative to is worthy from an equity standpoint. You can do 3 elementaries for 1 school. So.
or the missing middle, which is middle schools, like middle schools
Yeah.
always get historically not, like
Left
bumped out
out.
of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would just say that maybe we could consider if we went like further over on this column, like the further out, year 6, like 0, 5 or something on some of these, like if we look at that, just to see the.
I feel strongly not to, because that's like, life cycle costs, that's saying like that door is rated at 20 years, that door will break. Doesn't mean that that door is
Well, how could
breaking.
you do this for a refresh without a like a remodel? Because like these schools that are run down and losing students, but they do need like paint, they need landscaping, they need whatever, those things that are gonna make it look like a nice school that people want to send their kids because they're transferring out. Yeah.
But then
So what
that's
is
the
that?
whole bond, so that's the
No,
question.
but I'm saying for just like our top tier thing.
No, but even that, right? Like, so we're saying that the top tier are getting rebuilt. And then the question is like, okay, well then beyond that, like how much are we doing? Like interior, like we're talking about like $500,000 for interiors and You know, so if we say that would be, that's what I was asking for, like the number between like 10 and $2 and $10 million. So how many of those?
There's no more room in FBA to make the injection to these schools that need it.
So now you guys all have to stop. Because let me explain my estimate. It's an expectation. It's general distribution, but. So down here in this part, these are the athletics field recommendation schools to prioritize. The notes in, if you see all my little dollar signs, those are secure vestibule, 60 million, buses, 30 million, devices, 80 million, it's 170 million. We haven't heard about food, but it's probably, my guess is 30 million-ish. Housing. Oh, you didn't get this one? They're both.
Food was 25.
Okay. So if we put all that together, it's like 220 million. Everybody get two. My rough estimate of deficiencies was 2.5 million per school, and we can take out. That's my calculation down below. My napkin sketch without the fancy spreadsheet. And so I was looking at like, if we could do like 17 schools.
I don't know if people online, did we explain what's happening? So right now, Matthias is calculating and we're not doing anything. We're waiting for him to calculate the 6 modernizations and readjust the dollar amount.
Correct. Thank you, sorry.
So like, wait, I'm sorry, no offense to y'all, but like, the house is perfect, like, it doesn't need anything.
No, and so, yeah, and so what we did was we went through opportunities and pulled this down, and then after that, we went through and we took out schools that were burning. So this doesn't have, this is just straight up the 60 schools and where they're at. And do I think these are, I think that full mod is probably like this. And that's it. But we ranked all of them based on high opportunity, not based on facilities. And just because they're perfect doesn't mean that they're sized correctly. Or that the spaces.
Yeah, I mean, like,
are
the pond is
there.
pretty terrible, but it's only one above up house, which is perfect, so, you know. That's
Again, like we could cross off all of these if we're just talking about
We're talking
full
about
mod.
modernization.
We're
Yeah,
just
I know.
talking
I'm
about
just
full
very
mod.
concerned about the schools that don't need a full mod, but need a significant amount of help.
I think that wasn't the high opportunity to take into account the FCA stuff, so it's only gonna be based on the population of who's there, not
But
based
this
on.
isn't high.
schools.
So this one's- this one
This
has-
is all FCA stuff, right?
This is FCA missing. I could show you guys the
Well, the
exact-
ESA too, right? Or not?
This is ESA, not FCA.
Right.
So did you catch that? So ESA, not
Yeah,
FCA.
which is a. I
So
feel
not like
better
how good of
measure.
a condition necessarily, like not if it's falling apart, but if it's.
What would you guys think of
Absolutely.
introducing the ESA into this chart as something to sort by? Like, I'm not, April, you're more familiar with what's in the ESA. Like, do you think it's a good measure of missing spaces?
Well, so that's what, okay, so if you look at, okay, so this, if you want to get into the weeds, this has a list of all the FCA bullet point numbers that we use for ranking. So you can go through and see what the FCA bullet point was. And so to your point, yeah, like a school might be in great condition in terms of repairs, but like it doesn't meet what's recommended in the ed specs for serving the kids, maybe not, right? And so we looked at deficiencies in the ESA in those scores. So Palm might have like a better library than whatever school, but maybe it's tiny in comparison, or I don't know. I'm just,
If
I
the
don't know that
school
for a
has,
fact.
like, a music,
And Melissa should chime in, 'cause she's
if
an
the
expert.
school has like a room that's being used but in the wrong way, like, so it's like the music room is in a classroom. Did it get a 0 for the ESA because it's missing? a
You'd
music
have to
room?
ask Matthias, like, that's up to the evaluator, right? Like if the evaluator should have fed in.
It could have gotten a 0 or a 1. maybe.
Right.
Well, then there isn't, is there, I don't think there is a 0. I think it's a 1. A 1 indicates like
At least
missing
existed,
or,
but it
yeah,
was
1 is a
probably-
lowest.
Uh-huh.
So we categorize like 1s and 2s.
Yes.
And so if it had a 1 or a 2, then it made our list. So it means either it was completely missing or it was grossly undersized or had gross problems with it.
And we did add a scenario, 5 and 6 or 6 and 7, whatever the numbers are, that we can talk about on Monday, that does have the ESA. So we, has the ESA, like the top 30-ish worst ESA scores for the high opportunity schools. And then we did another column similar to the FCA where we have the top
worse ESA scores for all facilities as well. So that's something that the LPC can look at on Monday. We've already indicated that in spreadsheet that I think went out. I think that was in the communication that went out. The new scenarios.
Yes, I
Yeah.
put it in the email. DLR populated for us. ESA sorted by high op, ESA sorted by all schools.
Do we have anywhere, this is like another data point of total square footage per student?
Per
student?
Or not per student, I guess it would be like
So we
per
have
projected, like if it's a school that's supposed to be serving 500 kids.
That spreadsheet.
Right.
We have
Or
total
per-
square
like
footage
per-
of each
campus.
campus. And so if we
So we
want
could
it, we
create
could
a
look at the
permanent
enrollment.
capacity.
So permanent
wouldn't be
capacity
per-
square footage and
yes,
just divide it.
Yes. I feel like that could be a data point that is a helpful check. Because like, wait a minute, this school.
We can add that on our
Some
meeting
of
on
that
Monday.
Could be
Yeah.
confusing though too,
Furnace.
because like, for example,
But there should be
the-
a range.
for
that-
example,
that
when we were at
elementary
Oak
schools
Springs
fall.
and we were in there, assuming that was the cafeteria,
Travis.
it is much, much smaller than the cafeteria at some other schools, but that's not, I would want to know what you just asked, but for learning space.
Well, and I don't want to see it for just learning space. I want to see it for learning space plus storage plus, because what I see is some schools have accumulation of small spaces, which adds up to a school that is just bursting at the seams and says on paper that it has all the spaces it needs, but it really doesn't. So if you have a consistently small classroom, or you have a consistently small everything, including your gym and your cafeteria and, you know, no gathering space, all
guess-
that, you can add up to like a school that's 20% smaller than another school.
I guess my point is, you could have
Monty, we
two
have
schools, right, that like one has big non-education spaces, but the two schools have equivalently sized classroom spaces, and one is going to look like it has a lot more square footage than the other, but it's not usable square footage for educational purposes necessarily.
Monty, they just made what you're talking about. So they made a list, their new capacity generator, which says that the classroom has to be 600 square feet to count as a classroom. And so then they went through all the schools and they said, okay, this is 600 square feet.
But
So
see,
that's a
that's where-
classroom. And then what Nadia's talking about is some schools use the classrooms for other things. And so
Right.
not
Right.
necessarily, because
It's not a
they
classroom.
don't have the music space, so the classroom is being used for the
Yeah.
music space.
But even.
And I
I'm-
would say a
like, in the
makerspace
two
and a music
schools that I
space.
was just looking at, that I got the plans for, on average, like the classroom size is 850. And another school, the average is like 600 in parts of the building, and that adds up to a cumulative problem.
Blackshire has a couple that are like 400 square feet.
Well, Wynn has like
don't wanna
2/3.
Yeah.
Stop this great
Okay.
conversation, but we do need to talk about the
Yeah,
data
let's talk about that.
that's been put together. So,
Nadia, so I can put it
Summarize what I did.
over there. You want to see the total square footage by capacity.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess my request is, as you're doing that, can we see that another number that is that, but
And maybe
minus
just
things like the
include
cafeteria?
so total capacity by square footage?
Yeah,
Total
think
square
so.
footage, and then slash by capacity. Here's the previous building capacity and
so like, to your point,
we're not using.
I think a music room and an art room and a makers, those are still learning spaces in a way that a cafeteria is not.
Right.
So I don't want,
I want to show you, like, they do have that. I feel like I was missing something. But yes, they just redid that.
All right,
Oh, yeah, the other group is actually done, and so they're
Done?
waiting on us. I'd love us to talk about at
Plug
least
it
one
in.
thing that we did.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Are
you
they-
all obviously could change.
Your modernization number, are those taken out of the other on the?
yeah, so let me
Okay, explain to us before.
let me
we
show you
start.
what we did. All right, so,
your totals were still
no,
not
that's,
showing, by the way, because it was, the column was still too small.
no, yeah, but that's, because I moved these over here. Let me just do that. Let
Okay.
me bring it back over here so there's no confusion. I don't want to do anything until the format's clean. All right, so all I did is I went through the list and found the schools. So here's Burnett Middle School, for instance. And here, where we had a deficiency code, I moved that to 0, right? Because I have a test at the end. If I don't do that, then it'll show up as a false. I need to 0 out the targeted projects. I then had to assume a square footage. So I used 180,000 square feet
this can be, we can look at it and bring it down. I just need to put something in there, and this is gonna be a huge driver of cost. Modernization type is 1, given our cost per square foot, it's 117 million. Modernization, hang on, modernization, yes or no? And then does the logic work? Yes, true. I'm gonna pause.
So my understanding for high schools and middle schools is that those projects almost universally will have to be phased, so it will not be similar to the total square footage of the campus.
So I would say not necessarily. If you have a small enough school, like Eastside or Travis High School, you can do it all at one time. But it's phased in construction, not necessarily phased in bond. If it's a huge school like Bowie or Crockett and you wanted to modernize all of it, it would be multiple bonds. It'd be probably 300 million.
That's fine. It's just the opposite of what you guys said a week and a half ago.
They're both true. It's project specific. They're technically both true.
All right,
We're not
so
serious,
I'll let
like,
you
we're
run.
gonna get that.
I'll just say the other side's at 1.4.
We're not at any one point, so keep going. Don't let us interrupt you.
All right. So then I have, go to the next school. Anyway, I just use the same logic all the way across, and we can reduce square footage. Elementary schools, like Linder, I use 85,000. They're currently 69,000. And again,
You have a standard number, basically.
I wanted to make sure, what I care about at this point is the dollar amount just to make sure that it's solid. We'll go back and refine the square footage. We'll see if is it really 65 or 75, and that's what we'll do over the next week. I just want to kind of find the elbow space to get elbow room in the bond for what y'all want to do. Then Oak Springs, same
Doesn't
thing.
Ed specs have like an elementary school size.
They do, but I think you really don't want to rely on that, especially on some of the sites that might be encumbered, maybe based on site constraints or historical constraints. So we want to use a conservative number at this point, and then what we'll say is, hey, this limit makes sense to be at 85,000 square feet. Based on number of students, maybe it's probably 65,000 square feet, which means you're going to do these things, but maybe not this other thing. It's going to be dependent on square footage. But right
So you're
now,
putting
I
in
don't
numbers
want.
that you expect to come down.
Yes, that's a good
Being
way to put it.
conservative, okay.
Yeah,
Folders.
that's a
Where
really
we
good way to put it. So here is Travis Early College High School. I put 200,000 square feet. You could do Travis all at one time, like we did East Side. I think based on the site constraints, because you're closer to Old Tour, you could probably flip it.
You're
and
making
do
it 100,000 square feet smaller than it is.
Well, because I think right now it's sized for like 1,800 students. I don't know that you would build it for 1,800. You see what I'm saying? Like if you build it for 1,000 or 1,200, then it would come down. So I'm trying to put a little bit of logic in here so that I'm not showing you something that's
But
totally
you are
reasonable.
still planning, you're still costing that one out as though you're going to do the entire high school
Correct.
within this bond,
If you,
not
correct.
one phase in this bond and one.
I'm
phase in
thinking
the
this is
next.
an East Side
Okay.
type solution.
Okay. Which got overcrowded immediately after it reopened.
It did, but that's not, I mean,
Okay.
there's a variety of things there.
Just underestimating, okay.
Well, that's a different conversation. You don't want to overbuild, you don't want to underbuild. It's a fine thing. All right, so then we have the same thing here for Wooldridge, 85,000, it's 70,000, 55 million. Again, in line, logic works. So then I go over here to the summary. This is now summarizing both the deficiencies as well as the modernizations. And this is what you come up with. So 1.02 billion. And again, this is including high opportunity facilities are at coding 3. Everything else is at coding 2. And so I'm putting notes in here. I'll clean it up, but that's what that says.
So that's only 6 full mods. Like
That's only 6 full
so
mods.
I would argue that that's not enough full mods and that we need to adjust the facility improvements number to get more full mods in there.
But if we think about the fact that we only maybe need like $250 million left aside, we still have another almost 250 million that we could do. Elementary schools, not looking at them individually, but based on what the base cost was that I was given, are about 55 million each. So we could get another 4 or 5 elementaries in.
But I'd say we want like
then
high
what happens
schools,
to the
like.
Yeah,
we have
Northeast.
all the
Targeted
LPC strategies for all the targeted projects are not here.
Yeah.
But
I know,
every
that's what I'm saying,
modernization
leaving
takes care of it.
$200 million.
No, but
But
I
just
mean-
for those 6 schools, but I'm
But-
saying missing
Exactly.
spaces for all these other things might
That's
The
cost a
facility
lot.
improvement number needs to come down, but.
in the
back
numbers
to
that we were talking
what
about,
was
though,
used
we
for-
were leaving $200 to $300 million on the table to take care of what you're talking about.
But you know,
Yeah, no,
no,
like
like calculate
400
that.
30-ish million left
For the 1.5 or 400.
There's $480 million left to play with in this scenario.
Can we plug in the tier 2 schools too, just to see what that number looks like?
Listen,
I can.
yeah, let me write it out so I can.
It's
Not
gonna
all
look
the
like $2.5
targeted
billion.
projects.
But this is where we refine, right? So, I mean, we can look at a phase if it doesn't work. So we'll get there.
So I think that's what Linda was asking, is they have what their first number and we have our first number, and they wanted to kind of talk to me working separately. That's what she was trying to
I
ask.
don't think we have our first number yet, so.
No, because I want to see the total bond added up as the first number.
Well, you won't do that because we're doing the rest of them. We're not really doing that.
They're done. We can work on
We're only gonna do, this is only facilities, right? So we're
Yeah,
doing the other
technology.
stuff the next time.
There's,
That was Barbara kept making it. Like, we
put a
haven't-
pin in your head for $200 million for the rest of the stuff.
No, we're not gonna
That's-
put that in our head. that
Not,
only
not
200 million.
athletics, not athletics, just for secure vestibule, buses, devices, food, housing. So $200 million for just those.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
Well,
Why is it,
All
I'm,
fields.
you know, I'm not.
If
I'm
you
not-
jump to the
I'm not
end, you're never
bothered.
gonna get through.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
You
We gotta-
have
yeah,
to build
that's what I
up
was trying.
Yeah.
and then refine and
But there's
refine.
no point in our finding if we don't know all the big boulders, right?
Well, I think you have, this is the biggest boulder of all facilities.
Well,
So I think if you just spend a little bit of time to get this a little progressed, then we'll begin to introduce these mid-sized boulders. And then I think you'll see it kind of refine.
I guess because where I am, I know you're saying modernization will pick up our targets, but will pick up everything.
Well,
But we
for that
have some,
It's-
but that's
Red
school,
Hook, it
right?
would be.
But we have some,
And so this
we
one
have,
right here
in
would
Northeast,
be-
on that, right, like, so we have some targeted, serious projects that are turning out to be targeted projects, like for Northeast. And trying to get that
Yeah, so
into
we've got
the
to-
calculation of those priorities that are being considered targeted projects and getting the same weight or some type of weight to that. And I think that's our
Listen,
concern too, because you can't
I know,
modernize all
that's like-
130
that's
schools.
like systemic racism
But that, I think
happening
that's,
time and time
we're
again.
getting to that.
We getting to that, okay.
So,
Okay, I'm gonna be
Give it a little-
patient with it, because I don't see it right now.
Because I can't do it. If you did it all at one time right now, we would, we wouldn't get it.
No, right, no, I agree on that, but I guess what I'm
So-
saying is that we don't see it just based on the conversation that's taking place. Because I know it's the next step and then we start building, but, no, but I don't see too much of when conversation is integrated, so I'm hoping that, okay, Tuesday, then Wednesday, we can see
Okay,
this
you're
integrated.
you're
Because I think that's what we're missing, and then see, like, we're gonna have this Monday meeting interjected, that's gonna kind of throw us off a little bit with the LPC. For me, let me speak for me, that to me interjected into this conversation will probably throw off Tuesday's conversation.
All right, so let me get this one.
Y'all are
So
good.
all of the red schools.
You read them out?
Yep, Barrington Elementary, Harris Elementary, Allison Elementary, Cook Elementary, Odom Elementary, Webb Middle, Sadler, Means, YWLA. Who's that?
Young Women's Leadership Academy.
Oh, yeah, that. So, Northeast and Navarro High Schools.
Okay, so I'm going to, on, if y'all are okay with it, on Northeast and Navarro, because of their size, I'm gonna put a note in there, say proposed phase, if that's okay.
yes.
Wait, say this again?
So Navarro and Eastside came in, Northeast
No,
came in as schools. To do a full modernization is probably 250 million. I mean, it's gonna, to do the whole
But
thing.
it's also paired with Nelson Fields.
It's not paired with Nelson Field.
But it could be, right? I thought
No,
that
no,
was
no.
that field.
It could be, but not
But
right.
could be.
But if we think of the school alone and modernizing the full school just based on square footage, it's going to be a huge amount. So I can do all of it right now, and then we can maybe refine it.
Just really quickly, like that, they have 2 fields. So if we're saying we don't need the 2 fields and we just have 1 field,
I'm gonna get going on this one.
then
Okay.
that covers it with the high school model.
When he's not
Okay,
saying also
but
that we're not doing the full mod, he's saying
the
that we're
thing
doing
for
it
Nel-
phased between 2 bonds.
Is a
Which from a
standalone
timing
and a
standpoint,
standalone
we
proposition.
can't shut down an entire huge high school
Because of the
for 3 years.
legislative law. So what we're proposing, that's what we need to sit and talk about to clear up athletic field.
Yeah.
And the school field and what can be combined, because the school stuff will be in what you call the general.
School field. So if we
And the
eliminate
field.
one of the fields. And then go
So,
with 1
but
field.
that's not our target.
So while Matthias is figuring out the numbers, You all should get lunch if you want lunch.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, y'all get lunch.
While he's up adjusting the Excel, you all should get lunch if you want it.
We're doing all sorts of stuff. It's cool.
The tool's working well, Matthias.
Yeah, it's working pretty well. I just need
I
to.
don't know how y'all,
Such good discussion.
I don't know how y'all are doing. Y'all got something else going on.
Oh, no, we're doing all kinds of cool stuff. It's exciting. I just gotta get, I got one more scenario I gotta run out.
Trying to get some pre-work done last time.
What do you mean? I don't really like you have to walk through it.
This is gonna be interesting when we put these two together.
You guys just did deficiency. Oh, okay.
We did mods and commissions.
Oh, you did? How many months did you spend?
A lot.
Okay.
I'm gonna make you wait.
How many? I want to know the number.
No, go to lunch and you can talk to her about it. I gotta
It's
get.
not typing fast enough. I want
Somebody
more.
out there will tell you. I'll tell you, we did more than one.
I know, I don't like that top one. That's why I don't want that to be listed as a shut.
But we also ran on pretty quick.
But that's because he's.
Hey, where's the list at? Who's got the list?
Which list? I've got a list. I've got all the lists.
Is it Cook? Is it Cook the one that's?
It's, yeah, not the maroon, but the next. The ones that
You see
are
Cook? Oh, yeah. Cook. I can read my own
this
handwriting.
color.
Okay. I'm typing them in so I can make sure I don't miss them.
Also like
All right. Are we, all right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Eric report out on what the group in the other room approaches. Can you see this, Eric? I can pull it closer. And then we'll hear for whatever your report out is, and we'll look at some commonalities and all of that kind of stuff. So.
We'll get something for the committee to see.
Well, they'll talk, they'll just talk.
Yeah.
No.
Bring more money, love that. Yeah, it's so true.
All right.
So can everybody see that?
Then let's just do it this way.
How's that?
You're not gonna see it from that. It's
Oh.
not gonna work. That's all right. Just, you'll talk to this group, and we don't have any of the board members, the advisory.
But
committee.
Valerie.
Oh, Valerie, oh, Valerie's there. I didn't see you earlier. All right, Valerie, we'll type this up and email it to you in a minute. We'll put it in the chat. We put this in the chat. Okay,
So the
okay,
rest,
let's go.
Eric right here, the rest of our group, please speak up if I missed something, but we started out by looking at full modernizations, and the first iteration we looked at was taking all of those tier 1 LRP schools, which are those 6 schools, and then all of the other schools we put at level 3 in terms of other maintenance issues. And that came out to $1.4 billion. The second iteration we looked at, which curiously enough also came out to $1.4 billion, was to take all of the tier 1s up here, take all of the tier 2s, and we did it in a phased approach to some extent. So there were some high schools and some middle schools where you can't just do it all at one time because you have to move the kids around, and there's all those kinds of things. So we did it a phased approach. And then we left all the high opportunity schools at level 3, and then everyone else at level 1. And that came out to $1.4 billion. In terms, and then the last one that we looked at was to take the tier 1 and the tier 2 and phase it and leave everyone at level 3, which was 1.67, which is obviously more than we have to spend. Under all of these scenarios, we cover 3 of the 4 priority athletics and 9 of the top priority BAPA. And so that's the approach we took. I think this is my personal opinion that we briefly discussed. I think, obviously that's too high. There's a number here somewhere between $1 billion and the 1.5 that I think we need to get to, because we don't know what the total amount of our other items is. We didn't all come to agreement on that discussion, but that discussion is out there. So anybody else?
I think the phases was a thing, and also we had reservations about square footage. A lot of the square footage numbers we're getting on the higher end, and we haven't right-sized any of our full mods that could create some stuff.
That's a really good point. I think that's one of the refinements that we're going to do over the next couple of days, is figure out what square footage is actually going to be allocated. The other thing is I would say is you'll probably all use type 1 modernization.
We did not.
We did some type 2.
You did some type 2. Okay,
Yes.
good. Because I think there's going to be refinement around that, which will bring the cost side down.
And that might be different, but they did, there wasn't a lot, but they did a couple of type 2 modernizations based on.
Yeah, and we'll refine that.
Can we know just so we can understand apples to apples between the 2 groups, like what size and like what size were you guys considering for your full mod? So like, for instance, we had 180,000 square feet for a middle school. Were you guys using that size number? Like,
We used 100 to try to phase it, 100,000 square feet.
well, just so I can understand between our 2 groups. So you guys on your middle schools, you did 100,000.
Because
we
we
did
were
180,000, just so that we know that we're not looking at the same.
Except for that top one, I apologize. Jumping real
This
quick.
one we
is
didn't-
Michael Mann.
We did not change anything.
That was full.
And what number did you use for that? Like how many square footage?
180,000 for middle and 393 for a high school.
And 80,000 per element.
And 80,000 for an element.
Can I use 85 for ours, April?
But what did you use for our high school?
we only did phases, so we did 150,000 square feet. Which yields about 100 million.
So that was any questions for the group on their approach and what they looked at? Okay, and I'm gonna move this back over here.
Is the tier one the same as tier one from our group, April and Nadia, do you know?
No, they were
I-
using that strategy.
Tier, yes, we can list our tier one.
Oh, yes, they
Let's-
were
let's-
using our same tier one.
Woolridge, Desert Oak. They're the same.
We use the same.
Okay.
Okay, we, same tier one. So what was the, who's reporting out from your
Yeah.
group?
April?
April?
I have it up here.
That
though.
doesn't make, okay.
She's gonna come around.
Okay, so our first attempt was, we talked a lot about, how much money are we gonna put into FCA deficiencies? We came up with a couple different strategies. Do you actually have our numbers on that?
Do you want me to go to
The code 1, code 2, all those codes.
right here?
Okay, so we talked a lot about, okay, well, what if we're gonna just like put money into deficiencies? So code 1 was the 330, that's what used to be the 298 in whatever meeting that we had, the kind of code 0 efficiency.
Number 1.
I'm sorry, yeah, so year 0 critical mission, 333 is the new 298. Code 2 is looking at here, years 1 and 2 priority 1, or years 1 through 5 priority 1. And then code 3 is looking at years 1 through 5 priority 2. They're kind of assuming all of that. So that was like 800 million. We said, okay, yeah, no, that's the whole money. And so then looking at, so this number goes through and says HIOPS for all codes 1, 2, and 3, correct? Plus the whole, so this adds in the whole district at code 1 plus HIOPS for all 3.
No,
And-
we added in the whole district in code 2.
That's
They
right.
called 2, okay, sorry, code 2. And then HIOPS additions, the 581s was,
That's where you added Williams, you added.
we added
We added like 6
schools
campuses.
that were left off of our HIOPS list, but shouldn't
You
have
said
been.
what?
Can you say it again, so maybe I can write this down so it's apples to apples. So you, on your deficiencies, you did all campuses at 1 or 2?
So code 1 was,
It's the same as column 1.
Yeah,
Column
I
one.
get that.
Okay.
All right, just
And
tell me
code 2.
what your decisions were.
well, our decision was,
We're
but
not there
this
yet.
was a big number, and so we had no decisions. And we
Okay.
said, let's start putting boulders in the bucket and see what that does, so then we can come back and decide what makes sense of this to do.
Okay.
So then we went to our another tab,
Okay.
please.
Now we're going back to the summary.
Yeah. So then we said, okay, well, let's start with the top 6 that the LPC kind of agreed on, understanding that those might change, but we need to start somewhere. So we have the 3 ESs, 2 MSs, 1 HS, and kind of doing that with the facility improvements and seeing, okay, well, that modernization comes out to roughly 529 million plus facility improvements, which was a high number, I think, 500 million roughly, adding the HIOPS and adding coding 3, all else 2 coding.
Correct.
And so then that put us at 1 billion, assuming that there's still money for adding more mods, targeted improvements, all the other buckets like security, technology, all those things that aren't there yet. And then we said, no, that's not enough full mods. So then we came down here. And we said, okay, well, let's see what happens if we add in tier 1 and tier 2 from the LPC. And we blew the
And we-
spreadsheet.
and it disappeared.
And then we broke Matthias and the spreadsheet.
Sorry, I don't know what's doing this.
Okay, so then this one takes the LPC recommended tier 1, tier 2, also understanding that those are draft recommendations and not necessarily exactly what it is. And then that came in with the high schools being just a phase 1 with 150,000 square feet, so not the full square footage that would be needed, but some of them, like Travis, full square footage. Also, I will say, so then we blew the budget, right? So 1.6 billion. But I will say that this is just throwing those schools on there with a generic oversized square footage, and with the idea being that once you come back in and start looking at, okay, if we're recommending these schools,
what is actually needed at those schools. And we might, when we dig into them, find that, well, maybe site constraints only allows us to build 30,000 square foot versus our money here is showing that it has 55,000 square feet. Or we might come in and look at a school and say, well, actually, this had a new wing added in 1998. It's pretty good. We only need to do half of a wing. And so these numbers then could fluctuate and this number will come down.
There was one other thing that was missed that you said, just want to make sure that they were all the high opportunity schools, and then we added a few more schools. I don't think we actually, that
But
additional.
those aren't in these schools, but those are in these schools.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. And so those were based on just there was a back and forth about that. So go ahead.
So they think it was 6 campuses, if I remember right, maybe 5, and they were all the campuses that had more than 60 or 65% low SES that were not on the high opportunity list.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, it was
So,
like-
or schools like
Blackshear.
Blackshear is a perfect example of the gentrification of the neighborhood.
It was Better
massively
Check,
in schools.
Blackshear. Let's just share it. Better Check, Blackshear. And then it was, Paradise.
Williams.
Is it Paradise? Paradise. And then, I think that, well, you said Williams, and there was one other one. Pillow.
Dawson.
Yep. Blackshear, Better Check, Williams,
Crockett.
And Crockett.
And Crockett.
So then you've actually gotten 15 plus 7 more schools.
Well, the 7 more got added on to the deficiencies, not full marks.
Yeah.
Correct.
For the
Yeah.
deficiencies.
That's
Just
what
for
I-
That's different
deficiency.
from
Yeah,
ours,
that's
because
what-
we only did high opportunity,
Okay.
1 through
That's what
we got 3. High opportunity. Okay, so you have, so there's 6 schools on our list that are getting only 1 that y'all are giving.
That we gave a bump up.
Not 3. How- so 3 or what?
And
I think so.
3 was, but everybody on our list got at least a 2.
All right.
All schools got.
Everybody got a 2,
2's for everyone.
and then your full mod list isn't phased,
This is full mod except for these tier phase, Northeast and
so
Navarro.
you're not phasing Travis yet.
With these numbers, we're not, but again, I will say that this was to put some boulders in the bucket just to see, okay, well, what,
Okay.
for a certain number of ESs, MSs, HSs, what does that look like?
But you're at 1.6, and you're hoping that's gonna get matched, right?
Well, we figure we've got a rich uncle somewhere in the district. No, I mean, really, like, so it's the understanding that these numbers were conservatively budgeted for. So with the understanding that those numbers will come down.
Conservatively expensive.
How, I mean,
And that we
Yes,
have-
exactly. Conservative, like we put extra square footage and extra money into it,
because they started.
and we didn't do any targeted.
Well, yeah, they didn't do any targeted, they didn't do anything in phases. They did full.
We have
they did
2 in
full square
phases.
footage On everything.
Except for the 2.
Shouldn't it be more than?
Yeah, it seems like that would be more than the 1.67.
That's why I was wondering, like, what square footages you guys were using for your school
We
sizes.
did the phases
And
and reduced in some instances.
How many schools did you guys phase?
All the
15.
secondary.
All
Oh,
this-
all-
yeah.
I mean, the-
Oh, yeah, that's why
okay.
the
Not
numbers.
all the high
Okay.
school and middle schools, not the, yeah, not the elementary schools.
So your number should be bigger, not our number should be.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
If we don't do it.
our number is
That's right.
assuming not
Yeah,
phasing,
ours
and I
be
would,
much bigger.
I would make the argument that that's for funding, not necessarily for architectural, moving kids around, but for funding, like, so you don't end up phasing a school for half of the phase, and then the next bond cycle, the next group of people decides, yeah, maybe that's not the right school to do, and then they're left with stuff that doesn't work because it was never properly funded. So I would say, like, my personal opinion, like, just to look at not phasing with funding as much as possible so that you don't have the broken school.
And we only use type 1. We do.
We use type 2.
We did some type
Yeah, we only did type 1 on our side, just because I felt like I needed to go into campus by campus to figure out what systems would work.
I think at the end of the day, we only had 1 type 2. Adobe.
Adobe.
That was it. Yeah, the rest of them, I can pull back up, the rest of them. we
And another-
didn't have that information.
Another area that's probably worth 15 million is, or 20 million is at least the difference between 80,000 and 85,000. We use 85,000 for elementary school, they use 80. But that really no. So this is gonna come down a good amount, but we want to figure out where do we start to like begin to put.
I think a lot of these may come also with, like, none of the targeted projects are included here. So if we start to look at the targeted projects by area, some of these might shift into.
Now, we have a quick question from Valerie in the chat.
we said that 3 out of 4 high schools got that are on the priority for athletics got picked for full modernization, and 3 out of the 5 middle schools. And our VAPA number was 9. 9 of the VAPA's high priority list got included in our full mod. So we did okay.
So
Was that looking at the strategy for instance?
like for 5, that's strategy 5.
I just went through that with 5 prioritizations. And so y'all weren't putting in additional target projects, you were just saying that in the full mods that you did, which was
You
basically
covered.
the
That's
same
what
with
we
the schools that we did, we just didn't look at it in that way.
We
That they're
assumed,
covered.
we assumed comprehensive middle schools.
Yeah.
I don't know what, there's a number at that 9 VAPA number includes schools that didn't get included, the athletic schools that didn't get a full mod or LBJ Martin like.
All right.
So I have can I follow up on my question real quick? So what you're saying is, because you said something about including just targeted projects. So you just included, you explained the targeted projects that would be included in your proposal that aren't already included in the modernization, but would be included as the top priorities for VAPA and athletics. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. But we're going to talk about, I think you missed this part at the beginning, Valerie, but we're going to talk about athletics and VAPA and academics in food equipment and something else on Tuesday.
Right.
Today is just this, but as we were looking at the facilities in general, not based on any of that, we noticed that there was an overlap at the athletics and the VAPA.
Right.
overlap.
I was just trying to differentiate listening between group 2 and the statement that they didn't include targeted projects, but group 1 had. I was trying to understand the difference. I got it now. Thank you.
Right, so it sounds like there's a couple of discussions we need to have here. One is, do we phase, which schools do we phase? Do we not phase? Do we do, I guess there's some trade-offs here, I guess. And maybe I should get these from you. One of the trade-offs sounds like how much of the discrepancies do we need to look at in general? Is it a 2 or a 3? Because that was the difference between the 2, right? Because we had 3 in our group and you had 2 in your group.
Are you talking about if it's targeted or if it's full mod?
Yeah.
So I guess you guys, this other group only had 1 targeted. Is that right? Is that what I heard?
No.
Voting
Or
one.
you had more than 1 targeted?
No,
Then-
when you make target.
Tier 2.
Yeah.
We have 2.
We just had a tier 2.
Okay.
No, we-
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that because they're gonna clean up those results and bring those back to you Tuesday.
I feel like this is like schematic and that's where it is. And we probably should dial it back as a
Okay.
starting point.
That's
But
fine.
then when we add in all of the, when we look specifically at VAPA, at athletics, at all those
I agree.
targeted projects, we're gonna bring those back
Absolutely.
in.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And then this list will get whittled
But
down.
there's a little bit of discrepancy between your 2 groups, right? And so,
But that's part of the whittling down, I think.
okay,
But it
okay.
sounds like the only like major discrepancy between the 2 groups, outside of whether things are phased or not phased, which is more, I think staff needs to bring us more information on that, is our group gave everyone in the district at least a number 2 on FCA stuff. And then high priorities got number 3, and y'all did 1. We did 2 and 3, and you did 1.
We did 1.
Correct.
Yeah, that's-
And somehow though we came out with basically the same.
Same number.
Let's sign that ours, 'cause we got more from them.
That's right, we got more from them.
All right.
I want to ask, did you offset the targeted projects versus modernization?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah, so we always turn those to zeros.
I remember you got it.
All right, so can we just have a quick discussion between 2s and 3s and why each group chose 2 versus 3 real quick?
No,
One, yeah, once,
3 and we did 2, 3.
okay, at the 6.7, everybody got a 3. Is what the 1.67 is where they ended up.
Oh, everybody.
Everybody
But
got
in
a
the-
3.
in the 1 point, in the number
Yeah.
2, it was 3 and 1.
Okay, so let's talk real briefly from the group that gave everybody a 3.
They're saying that
And
theirs
tier
isn't all of the
Okay.
just
Tier
for-
1, we only modernized
Yeah.
6 schools and gave everyone a 3.
Right,
And
and then
tier
in this
2, which
one,
is where we kind of landed on.
this is the 1.4 at 3s and 1s, and then we ended up at the bottom with everybody in a 3. So there's a difference. If everybody gets a 3, you go from 1.4 to 1.67.
I'm sorry, we didn't end up at number 3.
That was just another scenario.
Okay.
Sorry, you're right, an approach. The last one that we talked about.
So we need to talk about putting everyone who's not high off at 1 or 2. Is what we need to talk about.
Well, and now I understand why our number is the same, but so the difference is that you guys save by phasing and we save by dropping non-high opportunities from a 3 to a 2.
We phased and the square footage.
Sometimes, some of them, yeah. No,
But we have everyone at a 2 plus a 3. So we
Right.
have no one at just the 1.
correct, but their last one has everybody.
Everybody in
Their
the 3.
expensive one is everyone at 3.
Which
And
makes
our
sense.
Which is
expensive
why,
one-
because when we were looking at,
Yeah.
there are some campuses that if you move into a 3, it is a huge jump.
Correct.
So do you want to talk about 1, 2, 3s real quick about where you,
I think to your point earlier, I don't think we can do that right now, not knowing transportation and
Yeah.
FAPA.
Well, I don't know about, just in general, I'd like to, like, what was the reasoning? Yeah, let's not worry about numbers, because they're gonna come back and look at numbers. Because I think you guys have, right now, you've kind of landed on somewhat of a number. There's a placeholder here between 1 billion and
If I'm
1.67.
remembering right, in our room, that sort of order between 2 and 3 was trying to determine, are we trying to anticipate a system that will break in a couple of years versus just taking care of the bare basics and leaving the district with no wiggle room other than to dip into M&O funding when the inevitable happens? That's from a very purely theoretical standpoint. I think that was where we were trying to argue back and forth.
When I feel like we gave everybody at least a 2, which still gets you through year 5, but just on priority 1, because priority 1 is the things that if it does break within the next 5 years, it shuts the school down, theoretically. But tier 3, while priority 2 stuff is really important, as I understand it, doesn't necessarily shut the school down.
Well, actually priority 2 is a lot of HVAC.
Well,
I just
wanna say-
want to make sure everybody.
I wanted to
Yeah.
mention,
And roofing.
brought this back up, because this is one of the reasons we had a long discussion about this because of these numbers. So I just want to draw, not to, they're up there. To see the
Well,
difference.
so with priority 2, how bad would priority 2 have to get before the school gets shut down?
Well, if your chiller breaks, then you don't have AC.
Well, no, not.
Yeah.
There are many days when a school doesn't have AC.
I-
This is normal, but the distinction between not having AC and the school being shut down, like how bad does roofing have to get?
little blue machines and every group will have a little blue machine.
I'm acquainted with the mechanism.
Okay.
So I think we need to be very careful about shutting down because to Bilal's point, to your point, schools don't shut down. I mean, they don't. I mean, we like will move mountains to keep it operating because of the huge impact on academics when we do have to shut down. And so the question becomes, what it would be, something that keeps it from being unusable for an extended period of time.
My point with shutdown was more statutory, because my understanding is like fire alarms don't work, then the state says, you can't be here. So with priority 2, when does the state start to say, you can't be in here anymore, you have to get out?
That's a really tough.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah.
I would presume, but I agree, we never want to be there, so this is exactly why I'm curious as to where in priority 2, because if priority 2 has the capacity for the state to tell us we have to piss off.
No, it's not. It's such a
So-
outlier that.
Yeah, I think that's all.
So roofing, no matter how bad roofing gets, will still be in here.
There's buckets you can put on.
It would, I mean,
Well, yeah, no, I mean,
All right, I got Valerie in here and then.
we would shut it down before the state does, is what I'm saying.
yeah.
Is there, like, not something for us to do, but could y'all look at priority 2 and say, of these are the ones that are the most, like, largest impact on this? Like, is there basically a 2.5 or 1.5?
I
know we're gonna do that.
I-
I'm saying, are there some projects that are more important than
There-
others in that category?
So I think that we can do that. I just don't know that I would do that without actually getting through the bigger refinements. Because I don't know that I can get through that by Tuesday. Because there are so many projects in that grouping.
And I would rather you spend the time costing targeted projects.
All right, so let, right.
Correct. And then the other thing I want to point out is, right now, I think there's consensus as to where the team needs to spend time refining the cost tied to modernizations. And those are big boulders. So if a school comes down by 10%, it's $100 million project, you're going to start to see this come down a good amount. So I think that is really where we should spend some time. It's on the cost per square foot, the square footage, and also what should be type 1 versus type 2, because you might be able to do a lot on type 2s.
All right, does that, before we go any further, is that a thumbs up? Is that what you'd like him to see? Okay, lots of thumbs up. Okay,
Yeah.
and then bring back recommendations on Tuesday. All right, Valerie.
I have a question. So is this information, the cost of these schools, going to be presented to the long range planning committee for Monday's discussion? Because seeing how much we were told, like high school's about $120 million. Now it's like $200 million.
Whoever said that, they're not. They should have never said that.
Based on 2017 bond.
Yeah.
I think is where the numbers.
For an 800 student elementary school, we can get about $90 million in 2017 dollars. A large high school like a Callum is probably 250 million. It really depends on the size of the school. That's the biggest revenue indicator.
But yeah, this information will be presented.
Yeah, so it'll be presented to us because the long range planning might look at this and say, we've got 3 high schools on here. Maybe we want to take one off and put 4 more elementary schools on there or something. So I just want to make sure that we have that data for them.
Okay, Anastasia.
I think that, I feel like I remember that number coming out when we were talking about the new high school in East Austin. Like just building the new school.
I put
in that
yes,
space
the
I
cost
think
of
that's where that's
East Side
coming from.
Memorial, you said like 80, 90 million because it was smaller, didn't include athletics.
And it was only built.
Foundation. So then I was like, back of the napkin, a new high school southeast, you're closer to 100. That's in 2017.
Gotcha.
So right now what I'm hearing is send these guys back, say, look at these numbers, bring us a good number based on,
A
it looks
refined
like
number.
a refined number. Yeah, these are good numbers. A refined number, thank you, make sure I'm saying it right. A refined number based on, it looks like we all have 15 schools in here some way or the other.
They're the same.
They're the same. So we gotta,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would like to say, I am not, those are still. in
I know,
the
that's
law.
fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. So we're just gonna put this in a bucket today. And then we're gonna refine it again on Tuesday. And then with adding, we're gonna add actually to it on Tuesday. And probably move things around. And then on Wednesday, then we're gonna try to put something out that we could go with the community.
Before Tuesday's discussion about those targeted projects, will we have the costing information for those targeted projects?
Yeah, well, we have the custody
So
for based on strategies, like when we see.
yes, high level. So I think so when I say targeted projects, I'm thinking of targeted projects as efficiency related projects. So I just want to make sure, I'm going to set that aside. What do we want to
And I'm
call?
not.
I know, what do we want to call those? Let's agree to what we're going to call those. I want to call them the same thing from here on out.
LPC strategy targeted?
Yes.
LPC strategy
Yeah.
projects.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I feel like this is the information we have, so this is all we're talking about, and we're ignoring the full last year of LPC.
You're
strategy.
not.
You're not.
No,
We're
you're not,
getting there.
because these got onto the list by being tied to the strategy.
Right, so it does, but then if we're saying, okay, well, maybe a school needs an injection of the $2 to $10 million, we don't know what that is or how many of that.
And that's why if we
Yes.
can get a range, I mean, if you guys are, I know we can't go, we're looking at 1.5, so don't freak out. But if the range today is 1 billion to 1.6, just stick that there, and then they'll come back with a refined number on Tuesday, and we'll look at some other things, because we're hoping to get to buses and some other stuff, Monty.
So I think the other thing that we need, and not on the project basis that was talked about earlier, but based on the difference between our group, a better understanding of what we get and what we lose by having those other 60 schools be either 2 or 3.
You-
Both in terms of money and in terms of what you're actually buying with that money.
So
So
there's,
the 2 categories to recap that could be deficiency targeted projects and LPC targeted projects. Because together that makes the targeted project.
Yep. And then, so Monty, we can give you that, that's totally something we can either define better next time as we start the meeting, or however you want to do it.
so we're really looking at the refined number of schools, deficiencies 2 versus 3 for the facilities, and then the LRP strategies. Correct? Okay. So these are our action items for this, for Tuesday's meeting. Okay, is there any other discussion on this? Right, and then right now, we're gonna put on the bucket. Are you guys, I'm gonna ask another thumbs up. It's just a range right now, 1 billion to 1.6.
What is that range?
Yeah, what is that range?
We're just, I know. We're just,
The size of the bucket is capped at 1.5.
well, at this point.
It's not gonna go under that height.
Yeah, 1.5. I understand it, but right now we know that 1.6 is gonna come down. It might come down differently. What do you want to put in the bucket today for us to try to target?
The 15,
So 15 schools.
The 15 schools.
if we, because like the strategy is to carve those boulders down and give us more money for targeted projects, LRP stuff.
So
Yeah.
are you asking us what we want the bucket to be for only the things we talked about today? Is
Correct,
this all
correct,
right?
correct.
So
Correct.
we talked a little bit in our group that we think we'll need somewhere between 200 and 300 billion dollars to do things that are not things we talked about today.
So 15 schools.
Whoa.
Well, that's in our,
Yeah, he's saying buses are 30, bikes
that's
are
in our.
30.
Okay, we're gonna talk about buses and all that other stuff.
I don't think we can define.
All right, I can
don't think
tell
we
we
can
can't go
define.
there yet, but are we close enough? Where's Michael? He left me again. Michael, are we close enough with where we are today, or do you want them to actually hit some sort of number?
No, they're fine.
They're fine? Okay, then we're gonna move on.
We have enough to. create
Actually,
at
we
least-
might actually be better. I thought it was gonna be an hour. Yes, back there.
I just want to make sure that you wrote down the strategy.
Yeah.
LRP strategy cost, and I want to set expectations that my understanding is that you're not going to have every single strategy and every single thing costed by Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
That-
can we be clear on what we can give?
Which is why we're advertising the 15 schools.
Well, I would not spend time on the not high opportunity schools, like ideally spend time on the high opportunity schools, so we can get some broad ideas about schools that might pop out that we didn't realize it was missing a huge thing that someone has asked for, and that pops it into a different category.
And that's how we're tackling the work, Nadia. We're not doing it. Yeah, we're doing it that way.
Well,
And-
I would say our top priority items, for instance, athletics, top priority covers all schools.
Right, and missing spaces for FAFSA.
That doesn't, does that answer your question?
No.
Oh, Angela, we can talk about it. I know we're ready to go.
All right,
We're fine.
we got Anastasia.
Oh, no, I'm
We're good. All right, so, and then your highest priority is you want to do something at these
If we
15
get the right
schools.
price for those boulders, we have more, we know how much more money
Okay.
we have to do the LRP strategies.
All right,
And it makes us easier to reach our non-building. number,
Non-building, right.
170 or 200 million or whatever.
okay.
But there's no space in here for housing.
I,
More regional. PCE
don't worry
regional.
about it yet. We'll get there, promise.
30 million.
How many full mods are in the restaurant?
So we had 17 of what we would consider phase one or full modernizations. The ones that were phased, include Murchison. We actually pulled in Hill. Hill was not originally going to be one, but we were able to do a big addition, and with the design, we were able to get it to like a phase one modernization. Bowie, and then I think that's it.
That's the only phases we did.
And then the 14,
Oh,
LBJ,
Austin
LBJ and Austin High.
All right,
We're moving on.
all right, we're gonna move on to buses because we heard Anastasia last time talk about buses. Oh, security, that's right, facilities to security. We got a safety, security and resiliency. Uvalde, we just experienced that. We likely need some money in here for safety, security. Some of these numbers might go down because we're gonna do modernizations on 15 schools now. But Michael's gonna talk to you about how much it costs to do safety festivals.
So before we do that, I want to answer, Nadia had a really good question.
Okay, I
And
missed it.
I'm sorry, yeah, I think it's important. So there was a $22 million investment at Austin High. There was a $22 million investment at LBJ. They didn't get into the 2017 bond through a modernization. What ended up happening is what you're about to go through is a targeted projects. They built up to a point where the dollar amount made it to where it was better to do like a phase one of a modernization. So LBJ was gonna be the health profession school.
We knew we needed X amount of space. And once we looked at the campus, we figured out about $22 million would really take off this big chunk. And that became phase one. Same thing for Austin High. So what you're going to see is some of these projects may end up bundling to get to a point where it becomes like a small phase one of a modernization.
So the current condition at LBJ is they have a new wing.
It's not completed yet. It'll deliver this August. I mean, actually it'll deliver mid-year of 2023, January.
So do we need to include the
So
phase two for this in this bond?
That is one of the questions that comes up quite a bit. Do you consider phase twos or not?
Well, for LBJ in particular, I'm wondering what is the current condition overall, and would it, like a full mod at LBJ is really a half mod, right?
It would, well, I don't know. It might be 3 phases at LBJ, right? Because the first one was 22 million for the health professions school, or sorry, health professions, school. Phase 2 might be another, 80 million, or I don't know what it might be. But to do everything else, less than 22 million is probably 160 million. So, you can do multiple phases to where it's 3, especially on really, really large schools. So we have that flexibility to look at it. Austin High, for instance, if we put 22 million in as a phase 1, you wouldn't do a phase 2 for everything else. That would be probably 220 million.
I think that would be an action item for Wednesday's meeting. Once we put everything else together, you can start looking at how the pebbles become a boulder, if we go back to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, safety and security and resiliency, Michael.
Should be, well, it's like, so it will be. So, our estimating team looked at, because it comes up on an ESA report and it is a strategy and SSR, secure vestibules across the district, $60 million for all those schools that do not currently have a secure vestibule. And effectively, that's any school that did not get a full modernization. So like even Austin High, that modernization did not build out a secure vestibule for that school. LBJ's did because of where the modernization was, but that $60 million should give us secure vestibule at every school throughout the district. And that is, well, we can go into details about that if we need to, but is everybody familiar with what a secure vestibule is? Okay. So a secure vestibule is the goal of having one entry point, and that everybody filters. There are basically 3 places that they have to be, 3 steps that have to be buzzed in before they're ever actually into the school. So the first is you get to the front door, secured, cannot get in. They have to call. If you're an employee, you can badge in. But if you're a visitor, you need to use the call box. They have a camera on you. They can see you. They have a line of sight also, ideally. And they say, okay, and this is Mr. or Miss Jones, and I'm here to drop off lunch because my kiddo forgot it. Okay, you can come on in. They buzz in. Then they're in a locked vestibule, secured vestibule. And there's a door to the office, and they have to be buzzed into that door. They cannot get in the school still. Once they're in the office is secure. So if there was a confrontation that was happening and things go bad, they're still in a secured area. They cannot get out to the rest of the school. They talk to the staff. Okay, you're here to go present something to the 2nd grade class. Sign in, wrap her in, let me see your ID, you get your sticker badge, and then they buzz in a 3rd time to get into the school. And at that point, then they can go to where they need to because they've been vetted. And that would provide a secure vestibule. That amount would provide a secure vestibule across the district.
Includes moving the offices and everything that goes.
So-
with that. It's
so-
not just the doorway. it's
so
about restructuring the admin.
At some schools, this is easy, and at some schools, it takes a lot more. And the estimating team, the ESA team, Perkins and Will has looked at this campus by campus and said, okay, at this campus, we need, we have a small cost for creating that. They actually looked at the floor plans. And so it's kind of like a 1, 2, and 3, if you will. 1 being the easiest, cheapest, 2 being the middle of the road, and 3 being the office is buried in the middle of, and we need to bring that out to the front of the campus. We need to create an actual entryway. So we've looked at that detail. So that it's not just throwing a number out there.
Anastasia, then Monty.
Does this also solve one of the problems of not knowing where the
So it does. So there's some over. Yes, it could solve that priority or deliver that priority as well, that strategy.
It would
Sorry.
be a significant leap forward. I think signage and other things on the outside would have to be improved to really get it, but it was a big first step.
Yeah, you may not get.
Monty,
Do you have the ability today to lower the cost by our 15 months?
So it's a good point. The bonds that are on there, that number would come down.
we could bring that back to you on.
We'd have to come back to you and give you what that is. Sorry, today, no, yeah.
I would like us to do on this one is, again, what's the approach you want them to go do? You know, we'll, minus the modernizations, and what else? Nadia?
Well, I'm just wondering if you can talk about why this is so important. Why are we even talking about it?
So it was identified.
As a thing that everyone.
So in our ed spec revisions in 2017, this was a thing that was added to the schools to provide an enhanced level of security. And so it was identified in the ESA reports because most of the schools do not have this. Prior to 2017, this was not a thing that we would have built into a school. Some of them have something similar to it. You go back, early 2000s, but some of the older schools, y'all all went to them. Just walk in. In the office.
Was Eric, who was it, the safety person, the long range plan safety report? She's not here though today, right?
It was our priority
There
number
was,
two.
number two? Okay.
So it was identified the ESAs across the district. Then the long range planning committee, SSR, identified it as a need. It was priority 2. Strategy 2.
Many of the campuses on this list.
Who are you?
Sorry, just a moment. We have Angela from Perkins and Will. If you want to come on up here.
Many of the campuses on this list do not have secure vestibules. Many of them also have admin wings that are far away, so there are no adult eyes that can see some of these people coming to the building. And that becomes a real safety issue. That's in addition to the aspect. That's another real reason to pull adult eyes near the front door, being able to control who's entering the building.
Monty, and then Valerie.
So for, I guess, the next meeting, it would be good to know how many campuses are we talking about that are the most expensive campuses and whether or not there are any viable alternate strategies that get us to something similar in terms of a safety measure, but perhaps with cost efficiencies for those if they are like way more expensive than all the other campuses.
Argue if it's way more expensive, it's probably because the office is in the middle of the school, which is the thing that is one frustrating for anyone walking in and you don't know where the heck the office is. Two, like you say, you just walk in, no one knows. Aren't, I mean, some schools you don't even buzz people in. I mean, my son's elementary school is like on lockdown. You cannot.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If that's
In
not-
general, that should not be the case.
So one thing security vegetables do is it also limits trailing and doesn't force people into the administrative space. So if it's a single, frontage, which is just the door, then people will trail each other, right? I mean, that happens all the time. And so security vegetable helps limit that because you have to go to a second door. And if you're not adjacent to an administrative space, then it'll force you to stop there. And if you are adjacent to administrative space, then it funnels you into it. And so again, it's identified and has been for a very long time. It's like the thing that moves the needle security wise. And unfortunately right now, it's just many of our schools don't have them at all.
So I have a question. These vegetables, I'm not sure how you actually phrase this, but what level of threat are they protecting? Are they bulletproof glass? Are they for like if someone comes in off the street, or are they for the worst case scenario? What level of threat are they designed for?
I mean, so we've had instances where a parent will come in very, frustrated or angry and want to get to their child, right? And this creates separation. Go to administrative space, it's not a direct tie into the circulation path that the student's in. We've had instances where, it's a lot more aggressive than that. I mean, all the studies that we have is that it does improve security across like all spectrums. I mean, here's the thing regarding security film or bullet resistant film. That's certainly something that we've started to do across all of our campuses. But again, you know, it's not everywhere at this point.
Is this costing like a bulletproof thing or like?
We
is
won't
it
say
costing-
bulletproof. Yeah, we would want to include. I don't know if it includes
Security film, right, but not bulletproof.
Film on the glass.
So this
bullet-resistant film.
pricing is bullet
Bullet resistant.
resistant.
Which means if you shoot the glass and then you keep shooting in the same hole, it will go through.
So we have Monty and then April.
That was
You
my
were there,
question,
okay.
is to specify it was film versus glass, but film will give you like an extra 10 minutes, which is oftentimes.
And-
the
Yeah.
difference.
it's a huge difference.
And April.
If you're sitting there shooting it up, it will still sometimes
I
give you
just
enough
like to
time.
propose looking at this in a different way, because one of the number one problems that we have across the district is visitors arriving at a campus, not knowing where to go, where to find the office, how to navigate the school. And so I would say like security, yes, is important, and we can talk about that lots of different ways, but this is also just about like the student experience, the parent experience,
Yeah.
being able to know where the front of the building is, know where the front office is, and being able to meet somebody if you don't speak the language, if you've never been to a campus before. So like, I think that like secure, labeled secure vestibules makes you think of it in a certain way, especially in light of school shootings. But I think that this potentially has a possibility of covering a lot of other issues that our campuses have right now.
But that's not costed in this.
All right,
But they
it
said
would,
that
it would,
is, so it's
it is.
relocating.
So what
offices
I'm
to
hearing her
front door.
say is, can we get just a number for just how many campuses need to have a front door, basically?
No, I'm
Right,
not asking that. 'Cause what I heard is that the costing is already in there by freaking Will about moving the front
Yeah.
office
Front
over
office.
to. front
That's
door.
right. That is
The
right.
front office by
What-
front
County
door.
office and the front door are costed at the
What-
county office, or a reception desk.
What you may have heard was maybe it doesn't also include the nicer canopy arch or something. And that would be the more welcoming, the little, that would be
At
the-
least the front door and the front office.
At least
are
it's at the
same
front.
place, so it's one
Right.
separate-
So let me clarify. So this is, what you're looking for is a number for how many campuses need a front door office.
No, I don't need any more information. I'm just posing, I'm just
Okay.
reframing the way this is being presented.
Okay.
to
we
us.
should present it
It
not as
includes a lot
just.
more.
Okay,
Secure vestibules and bulk.
Oh, that's, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were
Identifiable
trying to
entry.
identify, like, how do we make this number smaller? I apologize. Okay, that's fine. All right, Monty and then Valerie.
So you may have just answered this, Angie, but on the ones where it is, the office is nowhere near where the front is, and it would be extremely cost prohibitive to move the whole office, are you saying you already costed it in that you would move a smaller security space
Right.
there?
We moved
Not
at
trying
least
to
the
move the whole
reception, the front office reception.
Okay, so there's no more savings to find there by just doing it.
We put this together as skinny as we could. If it just meant putting in a second set of doors, we put in a second set of doors. If it meant moving just a reception to the front, so that person could then hold you in the waiting space and then get someone from admin to come take you to that location.
All right, Valerie and
One
then
of those
Charles.
last ones.
Valerie and then Charles.
Does this price include any universal design elements? Like we heard from Jeff Merritt, they had trouble getting to schools because they had to be plugged in and they couldn't do it certain beyond.
Can you come up here if you're gonna talk so
Yeah.
I can hear
It would
you?
include auto door operators, because your front door is usually
Yeah.
there.
The part that Valerie's asking about is, would there be, in addition to the call box, an actual little screen so that a hearing impaired person would be able to see that somebody's talking to them, and then they could, and
I don't think,
the number wouldn't change much, and
I don't
I
think it
believe,
would affect the cost much.
yeah, and so we would need to, we would have
So
incorporated
let's just
that.
make that assumption if we want to, and the next time we bring it around, just clearly state this is what this includes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, that I'd put that.
so it's universal design, not just, it definitely meets ADA, would have to, but let's say universal design.
Okay. All right. and
Defined
Charles?
entry, universal design, and secure
Well,
vestibule.
universal design, so that's implying other stuff.
Okay, Charles and then
Okay, so maybe-
Nadia.
Okay.
So if we were to include the 60 million for all these vestibules across campuses across the district, is there an operational savings annually when it comes to any insurance differences?
You may get some air conditioning savings by having two sets of doors and not having all your AC.
I think it's,
Yeah, on the insurance side, we, none. Yeah,
No,
the
no,
scale
no.
that we're at right now, yeah.
Okay,
Was,
Nadia.
like a big school I'm familiar with, that it feels like there are two sets of doors, but like we're talking it's plexiglass So is that priced as
Right, that would be
being
replaced.
replaced?
We would upgrade all of that.
I feel like I'm much more, I found April's description much more compelling about how this could also then create a more welcoming experience for families and kids, but I'm not sure that's in this thing. And I kind of wonder, like, how can that be tied in and ensure that
We'll work with-
that improvement happens, especially at the high up campuses.
I also want to know if there was like just a little bit more than that, we could target those schools that have those problems. And maybe, I don't know, if the architectural features, just to make it more welcoming. Yeah,
Which there is a strategy for that.
Well, isn't there a
Right.
strategy for like, or just a general need for
If we can get Mel open, I think she might have.
Consulting strategy about the welcoming, and I know SSR did modify their secure vestibule strategy to include that welcoming component.
So we need forgettable method of
But
pricing.
that
Right.
They're good, like covered entryway.
It was, but depending on the school, yeah, but basically when you drive up to visually know where that front door is. And as part of that. secure
So I would say in that calculation, we don't have canopies included. We do have the notion that if there is not an accessible route to the front door, that there has to be, once you go to the vestibule, you have to make the route accessible. So we did add ramps and that sort of thing for places that needed that.
Yeah, I get the anesthesia in April.
I just want to add, I had a chance to work with drones several years ago before I ever even knew what a secure vestibule was. And it was pretty amazing. And I thought, God, this should really help so many schools not be able to get into the school without being able to go to the office.
All right, April, and then there's a lot of people I have not heard from,
I
so I'm
just
gonna
gonna
ask
make a
those.
recommendation to change the name and about how you're phrasing it, because I think it's, especially right now with everything that's going on, it makes everyone can immediately think of shooters. And I think it's a lot more than that. I think it could that also, but I think it's a lot more than that. And so.
So just.
From a
I've got this.
security
Yeah,
perspective,
so instead of just calling it secure vestibules, maybe it's titled something else, especially if it's going to the bottom.
look,
Real quick, I'm gonna go around the room. Anything, any target way you want to talk about that? Like right now, what I heard, here our assignment is to come back, or they, not my assignment, I don't know what I'm just processing.
you're not gonna help us?
Is the secure, is this 60 million minus the mods? And then also to just look at those schools, the high opportunity schools, what that is, that number is, and then any schools that, no, I didn't hear that. I thought I heard that from Valerie.
Aren't we saying all the schools? we're
All
not
the
trying
schools?
to-
Okay, okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and then you want just the number for the schools
I
that
think,
just
I
have.
think we'll do all of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing.
Just add the facility strategy that's about that already has this.
Okay, okay. we'll
Once
work
we
on
have
it.
that for everything, we can filter out.
All right, Anastasia.
Oh, we need 30 more minutes.
Okay,
Everyone cool with continuing?
30 more minutes.
Thank you. Oh,
Hopefully 30 minutes. We'll see.
at least 30.
All right, all right, Nadia, and then I'm gonna ask you whether you're okay with this approach moving forward. Go ahead.
I'm wondering about multiple entries and like, does that strategy include not, like the entry at our school, for example, there's a whole different wing and there's a pre-K, all the pre-K and kinder should enter from like a non-entry, like the back alley garbage dumpsters. So like, is that incorporated in that, or are we just
So
assuming even though the school doesn't operate that way, that?
So
those entries-
So they're entering through a back door, side door, or something like that. is
There's
what I'm-
3 entries.
through the point.
Yeah.
And ideally, we have one entryway. Some of that's operational. The faculty and staff are allowing at arrival and dismissal that the pre-K comes in this way and the 5th graders come in this way and everybody else comes. That, we can't take away doors. It's at that point, it's operational that they do or do not allow arrival or dismissal through those points. If I'm hearing you correctly.
Those points.
Would we make those
Secure to
secure?
operate, because it's like one
This
of them
does
just
not-
has
this-
a chain link fence, and then another.
They're
they
saying
both
no.
just have to-
This number does not address.
So that's
This
why we
is
gotta
one-
take out the word secure, because it implies that you're securing the whole campus.
Okay, we'll take out, we're changing the description. We got that.
Yeah.
All right, Monty.
So similar, but like that's just on an elementary mostly is when you're coming and going at the beginning of the day. How many high schools do we have that are not built as primarily single facility high schools where it's like you've got this and then all day during the day, I have to leave to go to the band hall. I have to leave to go to the athletic facility and I'm not going through the front door to do that.
Correct. Yeah,
So-
yeah, every school type is different. Elementary school is different, middle schools are different, and so we just have to,
So
And-
I guess I almost have a question there about, I'll use Bowie as an example, because Bowie definitely does that. Bowie also does not have a super well-defined front. And moving the office space, I'm assuming at Bowie is gonna be expensive. So if we're spending a lot of money to create this space at Bowie that doesn't actually create the security that we're aiming for, because people are coming and going, not just at the beginning and end of the day, but all damn day long, sorry. Is it a worthwhile expenditure in that case?
for high schools, or for that specific high school.
For high schools that fit that model,
So-
which sounds like it's most of them.
So the theory would be, and this is propagated by SEPTED and other people who put together strategies for making campuses safer. The theory would be that you would have a secure fence around your campus that controls entry from people other than your students. Your students are going to come and go from a high school. They're driving to work, study things, they're doing all kinds of stuff. But the theory is controlling who's entering it and knowing who enters your campus. And that should happen through one point with an adult supervising it. If it's not, then that's an operational problem that needs to be addressed. People can exit at any time and leave the campus, but when they come back in after, not the first of the day, not during drop off, not the end of the day, but in the middle of the day, if people are coming in, they should come in through one entry.
All right, we've got some assignments for them to bring back a number for you on Tuesday. We good with generally that idea? We're changing the description. We're taking out the mods.
Based on that, can I add one costing thing to the
Sure.
assignment? So we need to make sure then that on those campuses, we are also costing out appropriate fencing if it's not there.
And that is
So
a
like-
strategy.
Number one.
Right, but in this cost.
So do you want us to add fencing? Would you also like that number?
Costing of the LPC
That's where the bundling is occurring.
Okay.
It's starting to happen already. Like, that's what-
All right, so this
So we
isn't
will-
gonna be all the security, like I said, things will be added, especially in that refinement, so we'll also.
We'll make a
hopefully,
priority to.
We'll make a priority to get fencing on all of that. And then Nadia, and then we're gonna move to the next group.
Does this align directly to an LRP strategy?
Yes.
Two.
Number two of SSR.
FSSR, fencing's number one, fencing's number one,
Fencing, which is to.
which is what they were asking for, that we'll bring back next on Tuesday. All right, we're gonna move to buses. So go to buses. We heard Anastasia talk about it was non-negotiable she used those words. I remember. So we keep going. Here's the dollar amounts for buses.
30 million sold.
All right, that's fine.
We have it on tape.
This is being recorded.
Okay,
So, as Anastasia pointed out on Wednesday night, 26 million would give us 245 buses. For another 4 million, we would have the 255, 10 of those would be electric buses. It's a fairly straightforward thing. It's bus replacement cost for aging out, buses that are aging out.
Remind us, what is the 245 compared to the total fleet?
600 and I think we're at 640.
Yeah, a little more than a third of it.
Yeah.
And it's a 12-year life cycle for a bus.
So I love electric everything, but we are talking about 10 out of the 600 bus fleet costing $4 million just for those 10.
Well, it wasn't, to my recollection, it was 9 million last time we spoke of it. I thought it was far more expensive on Tuesday, if I recall. If I
No.
recall incorrectly.
nope.
And what is the distinction between a standard bus and activity bus?
So standard bus is a standard bus, the large ones that you would see. There are sped buses.
Yeah.
And we have a breakdown of all of the, well, I'm sorry. And then an activity bus is a much shorter, has like a van cab on it, seats I don't know, 20 people maybe, something like
It's an
that.
athletic kind of.
I have
bus.
never seen one of these.
Yeah, I know we've taken some of them for tours. You take, what, 20 or 30 people. It's just a really, really small bus.
Looks like an airport shuttle bus.
Yeah. There you go. Be something like that,
Valerie.
but it's yellow.
I just want to say, I think if we could try to do the 30 million, I think it would be a good step, because I think things are gonna move in that direction. Yes. And it's also, if we get to the end, close to the end of the bond, and we're like, you know what, we can't, we gotta find
right.
someplace to take money off, to take it down, but for now, I think.
All right, I'm getting thumbs up on going with 30 as a placeholder. All right, 30 as a placeholder.
And that is a big deal. All buses would have AC at this point.
All those that is.
Hey,
Now we
major,
would start to
major.
require that AC.
Okay, you ready to go to
And
technology?
safety belts.
Technology,
Then
let's go
where
to
am I?
technology. All right. And we heard Nevin tell us all about technology, and Michael, you don't go anywhere.
So, in talking to the NSS department, Network Safety, anyway, Network Support Services, our IT department. 80 million is the number that they have for student devices, staff devices, presentation stations, makerspace and robotics kits. So that was what was incorporated in the 80 million that they have there.
How many schools, how many?
Oh, so they are sending me a bigger breakdown of year one of the bond. If this were to pass, it would be 20,000 devices. There's year three, because they age them out, right?
Devices, I understand makerspaces and stuff, I don't understand, it's like, there's some elementary schools
Right.
that already have three makerspaces.
So and this is items for the makerspace, right? It's not the makerspace itself, to be
But just the
clear.
stuff.
Just the technology that goes in them. So it's what they were trying to hit on here were technology that was directly impacting the students, directly, that they directly interact.
How many schools are you getting?
IT department, our IT department.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Michael, how many
AISD.
schools?
This is for existing makerspaces.
Yes,
Okay,
some of
so
those-
that's the problem.
but I need their granularity to answer that question.
All right, I haven't heard from Barbara for a long time, so I'm gonna ask her first.
I have a concern is that I thought we were only talking about student devices when we were talking about technology and all. Now we have a list with makerspaces, robotic kits. So I'm a little confused in that initial discussion dealt with student devices and how to supply all of them. And we jumped up to the.
So that's why I've asked them for the granularity. I need to know what's just that, what's just student devices. What is staff and what's they can show us an implementation plan over 5 years
Because
of
it's
that.
hard to say, the
I had this-
placeholder for 80 million when the concern was the student devices
Okay,
as approaching us looking for.
so I've got that as their action item is to bring that
Absolutely.
together.
I had the same question.
All right, I'm gonna go with Nevin because he's talked less.
This number was originally presented, because this number got presented, Mark, I actually I got the PowerPoint presentation yesterday, was presented to the technology subcommittee on March 29th. And it was presented as the vast majority, I'm not sure if this is true because we didn't get it granular, but the vast majority of student, staff and presentation spaces, all of which are sort of necessary because you can't just give students a computer now. No teachers with computers, and you can't show students things, then you're sort of SOL as well. But the important thing that I wanted to keep in mind as well is that you can provide every student with a Chromebook. That doesn't get you all the way because you have to make sure that there's adequate Wi-Fi speed. I mean, and we have to have a serious discussion about what kind of wiring is requisitely necessary at all these campuses to make sure that Wi-Fi speeds are adequate. And then when you're talking about network security, then we have to talk about all the stuff that we want students to be able to use. Like, how much do we want at library media services? How much do we want for being able to check your grades online, which is the coolest thing when they get with that. And then and blend it and all this stuff. So just getting to the computer doesn't that gets you halfway, maybe 3/4, but definitely not all of the way with all of the things that tech will sort of need or could use or require.
Let me just piggyback on that,
Okay.
which I truly understand if that's being then presented as a full strategy, but not something to pull out to focus as being, let's
Find all that thing.
buttonhole this,
Okay.
because when it was presented to look at today, it was like something to Chromebooks.
And I was alarmed about this.
Yeah, student devices, but now I'm hearing a proposal and a strategy.
So we'll
So
look at,
that's what I'm
okay.
hearing, it as a strategy, like everyone else's. So not to lessen that, but it's not what I thought.
Okay, we'll look at that number. We're taking that as a homework assignment. I'm just gonna go around the table here.
So
Monty?
question and comment. First question. When you're talking about the one-to-one devices for everybody, is this getting additional devices to get everybody to one-to-one, or does this amount cover a device for every student currently enrolled, what they currently have one on?
So now you might be able to speak this. My understanding right now is that we are already at one-to-one. That we have one-to-one across the district. But this would be replacing items that are aging out because some of them are.
So that takes me then to two different comments. One, I would love to see more granularity in here in terms of like, I want to know what it costs for the presentation spaces, the makers, and the robotics. Maybe for the opposite reason of what I'm hearing, because I am way more like happy about funding those things, which are campus resources, than funding the devices. Coming from. Say that again.
And then this doesn't even include those.
The spaces, I mean, the technology in the spaces is what.
Well,
like,
Well, you need the space
before you fund the technology in it. I get that. So on the
Okay,
device
that's
side
the-
though, I hear from lots of elementary parents, they're not excited about this. This is not an expenditure that they want to spend on. The replacement of these is like 3 to 5 years. You're spending like $100 million every 3 to 5 years on this, which is an insane amount of money. And this particular strategy doesn't tier to just the high opportunity students for whom I can see that they may need to be able to take a device home because being able to access information at home is an advantage. But this strategy is more about bringing a lot more technology into the educating of our kids just in general, which everyone that I've talked to thinks the district does a really poor job.
Well, so there's a crucial,
Certainly on the lower end.
a crucial delineation in that AISD has been one-to-one since COVID and for high school students since well before. So this doesn't do anything different from really what we've been doing before.
Well, it was
There's-
hugely different for elementary.
Yes.
Well, no, the rollout for COVID, this has been the subject of a lot, like it just had to happen all at once. And so that went, not the way that it was originally intended to.
And then
But-
special dollars come to do that? Because
To-
then
to-
so we got
yes.
federal dollars
To
that
some
did that.
Yes.
And brought us to the one.
But when it comes to in the classroom, whether we like it or not, there is no, like the sheer tonnage of like, the last time I turned in a paper essay was three years ago.
You're a senior in high
No,
school.
no, certainly, and so there are lots of sort of course, this comes down to the non-bond strategies of the LFBC, right? So there's a lot of discussion about where the line is to be drawn, especially for elementary students, and we've definitely heard about this. And if you go and watch the recordings of the technology subcommittee, you'll definitely hear lots of discussion about how we can lessen that load. But you cannot do school anymore without ensuring that every student has a computer. It is simply no longer possible. It is no longer done. It is no longer doable.
As an education expert, I disagree.
It will- No,
right, okay.
this district no longer does.
Okay, all right, stop a second. I got to get around the table, all right?
So I'm not trying to dismiss from out, there's a big conversation we had about the integration of technology and instruction now. So, for the homework assignment, academics has a strategy around improving the spaces where staff meets. So like usually at a elementary school, it's the library, at a secondary school, it's the cafeteria. And our strategy said we need an improvement so that they can do presentations. That's one of our LRP strategies, and we're wondering how much overlap is there with this 80 million? Because then we're getting some of our targeted, then we're going back to what Barbara said, that this sounds like a strategy. You're right, Barbara, it speaks to a strategy to improve
Okay.
professional development in spaces for school presentations. We kind of need that grant.
Do you know that, or is that a homework assignment?
Well,
It's a little bit,
Okay.
just, yeah.
So space for
Staff
staff
meeting,
meeting. Okay.
1 through 27.
Okay, Valerie.
No.
Oh, April. I'm sorry.
Okay, so just to add to the check, I don't want just the line item on the student devices. I want the line item on the presentation spaces, the maker spaces, and the robotics kit, and to underline what Rob was saying about presentation statements, so they have a strategy. I want that strategy presented with the presentation statements and who they prioritize to have this, but also facilities has
priority number 12 strategy that is looking at maker spaces, and we identified where they don't exist. So we're not just replacing the equipment that's run down at a school that has 3 maker spaces. We're putting makerspace equipment into the schools that don't have them yet.
All right, so maker spaces. For those that, with the schools that don't have.
Basically pricing out facilities committee strategy 12 specifically.
Okay, I got that. Valerie.
Voice for supporting the one-to-one devices for elementary schools, because I think especially in high opportunity areas that don't have access to that at home. And I don't think that you should really pull out those students and teach them differently than teach students in the other parts of the district. So I think the managing how those are used is more of a non-law strategy, but I think it's really important they have access to that.
But is that a technology question or is that not? Like the manage, I agree.
No, the managing would be a non-law, that they need to have them and then maybe not rely on them too much, but integrate them into the right way.
All right.
I jumped in at the end because then for robotics kits, that usually comes out of CTE budget. So why do they need a bond, the fun stuff they usually fund themselves?
Okay, so on the, well, that, all right, so this is the devices too, the robotics, all of that. We'll get you, it's, everybody's asked for it. Granularization of all of this technology in much more detail.
The academic strategy for reference is A6.
A6?
Yeah, and those are one on the presentation station.
And we're not talking just about presentation stations that exist, right? But making sure all schools are brought up to a certain level.
Yeah, we've got this, I think this is.
Would that be like any cafeterias, libraries, or where would that be?
These stations, it's really talking about this type of.
Okay.
And every classroom has them, plus libraries, plus.
So it's really about making like cycling out. And
Right.
they are oh, it's interesting, you know. Yeah.
Okay. Back to Monty.
I guess just to frame it a little bit, because the life cycle of devices are so short, even if you're conservatively talking about spending $50 million every 3 years, that is an elementary school that you're not building every 3 years.
I don't think anyone's quibbling with the point that it's expensive and it's incredibly expensive, but at an institutional level, the district has to some extent made a decision that says that students by the end of high school are going to be expected to use X, Y, and Z technological stuff. You can't do that without insuring devices. Well, not to mention the fact that, the last time I took a STAR test, it was online and it was online for everyone. So
At the elementary level too, they're doing all that.
yeah, so sort of in a nostalgic, like I remember learning cursive in 3rd grade, we did it all on paper, like in a nostalgic sense, like I get this and I understand it. And this is why there's a serious discussion about how much technology curricula, how embedded should technology be in the classroom. But when we expect students to use Blend and Google Drive and Gmail, we can't say, yeah, but we're not going to give you a computer to do it. We just sort of expect you to be able to handle this. And then we're going to wipe our hands of this.
All right, I think we've got a lot of homework assignments on this one, and so I'm not sure we can come up with a
When we come
placeholder.
back, we'll have technology here to answer these questions in more detail.
Yeah. Barbara, anything else from you? I'm gonna go around the room and then I think we'll close this out because I think we've got a lot of homework here. Anastasia, anything? Monty, Charles, we haven't heard a lot from you. Or you, anything that you want to end up with? Tuesday, we'll talk about BABA. All right, April, anything else? Valerie, Sally, we hadn't heard from you. You're good. Nadia, Eric, you're good. All right, so I think we've got a lot of direction today on coming back on Tuesday with the bucket. And we're not going to go drum roll. I was hoping we could maybe do some things, but I heard 30 million for buses. I heard kind of a strategy for the facilitation, and we'll bring back some numbers for that, likely somewhere around $1 billion, maybe, hopefully. And then I heard that we need a lot more understanding of what all these different costs are so we can decide what we're going to do. So on our next Tuesday meeting, we're going to talk about arts, athletics, arts, academics, food equipment. I think that might be it, and the refinement of this. And so hopefully we can add that to our bucket so we can look at everything we want and then start trading off, right? Start playing around with it. Did I hit everything? Anything else we need to say?
I think it was very productive.
It's very, very helpful. I promise you, this is incredibly, incredibly helpful. Like this is much better than I thought.
I have great faith in you. Don't let him say that. Don't let him say that. I really do. Before I turn it back there, I think you guys should give yourselves a round of applause, including you, Valerie. A lot of good direction on all that. And so I'll turn this back over to our chairs.
Okay, next up, do we have office hours Monday?
Yes, always.
Do we have anything planned?
I have not seen anybody.
We've got
Oh,
3 office
sorry,
hours.
we're doing pre-office hours, yes. And then, wait, but anybody else that wants to sign up, 4 to 7, or call me.
Okay. All right. Next meeting is Tuesday at 6:30 here. And then we have a meeting Wednesday, same time here. And after that, we will have a draft version of the bond. Okay, motion to adjourn the meeting. Second, all in favor of adjourning the meeting?
Happy Saturday, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm free up. Thank you.